Christmas. It's always Christmas. This is right, you're Angela left here, we're in mono. Let me check the sound, chickadee check. The sound, chickadee check. Yeah, that's working, good. Okay, let me check on Firefox. Let me bring that up, Firefox. Should bring that up. And that's Christmas music instrumentals, they're copyright free. What I'm really bringing up is the Avon Cat Rescue. I've got all my other windows to juggle today because everything's going to be on my mainstream I'm just an idiot. The mainstream Stray is going to be on the main screen. So I've got all this other stuff on the other screen. Avon Cat Rescue there, you can see that. Why can't I find the chuffing OBS window? There we go, you can see that. I didn't want their... I fucked it up already. I didn't really want their email address. I mean, they advertise their email address, don't they? But, you know, I doubt they're going to get trolled through my pursuit of giving them charity. But anyway, that's the Avon Cat Rescue. They're local to us. They're a cat rescue. They've been going 50 years. It's a nice lady that does it. So I'm giving money to them this Christmas. £20 of mine's already in the kitty. If you want to add to that, kitty appropriately. The kitty's above my head with Omar the cat. He's a fatty catty. He's an actual stray catty. He's live. He's really in the room. Aren't you, Omar? Omi. Oh, just give me a little ear wiggle. He's actually really in the room. Look, if I do this with the camera, you can see my hand in front of the camera. He's really in the room. So we've actually got our own stray cat. And he wandered in off the streets. Long story. He lives with us now. So we're going to play Stray for Christmas special. That's the plan. I'm now going to turn off the Christmassy music. If I can find it, I can't find the damn window. I don't know how I've got so many windows. More windows than Buckingham Palace, mate. More windows than Buckingham Palace. Now I've clicked Avon Cat Rescue. Okay. Pause that relaxing Christmas music, for Christ's sake. It's not relaxing me. If anything, it's stressing me out. Here we go. Here's Stray. Let's boot this up. And I should... Nope, I can't get the mouse out to look at... It's going to annoy the ever-loving piss out of me. Okay, I'm allowed the mouse now, thank you. I've got the mouse out, and I'm going to turn off Firefox, and we've got the game, and we've got me, and we've got Christmas, and I've made that full screen, which I don't want to. Thank you, Windows, for assuming I wanted it full screen when I just put it near the top. My green screen behind me is not perfect today. It's annoying the piss out of me. Nothing I can do about it. That's as best as it's going to get, trust me. So if it annoys you like it annoys me, then what we're going to have to do is try to find a way of just letting it all go. This is the Christmas special. We're playing Stray. I've never seen it before. It's totally unseen. It's going to be fun. Any money raised through any of the normal mechanisms are going to go to the charity. The cat charity. And there's a catty. Oh, that's quite clever. That is quite clever. And what I'm going to try and do is to not moan and complain all the way through. I'm already feeling a little bit of that Christmas stress today. But I'm not going to moan and complain all the way through. I'm going to really enjoy this. That's the whole point. And through the endeavour, we're going to have done something nice, something fun, a little cohesive thing. I might even get an edit out of it. Stray. It's one of the games of the year. It's, you know, been put up there by a lot of people. It's indie. It's everything I should enjoy. So I'm just really here to enjoy myself. So we're going to play about an hour, 2 hours, probably 2 hours of Stray. See where we get to. Knock it on the head. Come back tomorrow. Do another few hours. Might even finish it. Or maybe it takes one more day before Christmas. That's the plan. So without further ado, or I don't, or do you mind if I do? Would you mind if I don't? Start a game. Let's go. Oh, this doesn't work. My chopping lighter doesn't work. Oh, it's raining. Again, I can't use the mouse. Not very Christmassy. There's two captains. I'm on the controller as well, I should remember that. There's loads of cats. Here I am. Oh, this is me. I'm the captain. Of course, the first thing we do on a video game is we go backwards, the way we came. See, there's no secrets. Well, I can do cat talking. It's interesting because it's quite loud. I don't know if it's as loud for you as it is for me in my headphones. I'll just knock my ear off a little bit to make it quieter. It's interesting because cats don't actually meow to each other in the wild. We learned the other day on stream. It's a thing they do to humans. I've got other buttons, have I? I've got this button, does that. And I wanted to jump. I thought a cat would jump. I thought I might have a jumpy button. Don't appear to. Put it out. Okay. Let's go and talk to a cat. Hi, Fightan. I'm playing with the cats. We're friends. What about this one? I guess we're like little kittens, aren't we? Because kittens are playful like this, aren't they? Fair enough, I'm a little kitten. When it's raining, it's not very appealing, is it, to go out there? Just cats being cats. All your base are belong to us. I shall do. Have I got this wrong? Right. Okay, so instinctively now I feel like I'm an idiot, like I don't know what I'm doing. They've all gone sleepies. Oh, we're all going sleepies, okay. That's a good start anyway. We've all gone sleepies. I wonder if I can use the mouse so I can get to my windows, because I need to bring the chat to the front. No, okay. Cat and mouse game, eh? And it's not hyper realistic, but it is quite realistic, isn't it? And I refer to this aspect of gaming a lot, that, you know, when I grew up, games weren't that realistic, and to get to this is amazing. It is quite incredible. It's funny as well, because these artworks are multiple things, and in a way this is a study of a cat, isn't it? Of cats. It's a feline study in a way. To have even produced this, you've had to think, and you've had to think cats, haven't you? The way they move, the way they behave. It's all subtleties that go into making a really good, cohesive thing. I mean, they look really realistic, don't they, these cats? I'm really impressed. Like I said, the little subtleties of the way they move and... Okay. We're down here now. Fine, we're down here now then. Can I use my mouse? I can... What about if I press escape? Yeah, thanks. Okay. Chat's on top. I've got the big fatty catties asleep, so I'm just going to shrink him down a little bit. We've got the charity total. That's going on. I've got me. I'm going to try and remove some of that green screen as much as possible. It is what it is, isn't it? And I can see my chat on screen. Okay, I'm back in the game then. Let's resume. Can I just press the button to resume? Yeah. Okay, I'm a little crew of cats. Right, the first thing we're going to have to do is we're going to have to name them, aren't we? So, there's Sooty. That one. Could be Jess. Sooty and Jess. I'm Jones, because I'm the ginger one. Sooty. That's Sophie ahead of us there. That one. And that mixture. That could be Snips if you want. Meow. Here comes Soph. And there's Sooty. And there's Snips. We're a crew. Cat crew. Okay, we're like a little cat crew, aren't we? Okay. Got it. I got the gist. We're a cat crew and we're navigating this terrain. This one having a scratch. Having a scratch. Okay, it's something I learned anyway, how to scratch things. I wonder if I can climb up things, because like my cat would be able to climb right up that tree. Crack, 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 like that. Must be having a drink. Having a little drinky. Still haven't got a jump button. It's interesting. Like okay, I'll just go with it. I was led to believe this is a sort of cyberpunk game in a way, that there's neon streets, but I can't see any of it here, and I really love the way the introduction is. Talking to cats, my dog is now out there barking. I'm going to have to deal with it. Just 1 second. No. Woke Omar up. Oosh. I want to check this audio as well when I can't, because I can't have the mouse out and the game on at the same time. Okay. It sounds alright in my ears, but it's a little bit loud, the sound of the rain. Hope it's not drowning me out. Ha ha, literally. Ha ha, ha ha. There must be a way for me to find this out. Suppose I can come over here, go here, press this on. This out. Suppose I can come over here, go here, press this on. This out. Zoom over here, go here, press this on. But now I can hear it twice, so I've got no way of go here, press this on. But now I can hear it twice, so I've got no way of go here, press this on. But now I can hear it twice, so I've got no way of go here, press this on. But now I can hear it twice, so I've got no way of go here, press this on. Fine. You always have to have a bit of that in one of my streams. Fine. Fine. Yeah, I find it really intriguing and actually really superb. No words, no like, this is that, press this. There's a little bit of A to jump, like it's telling you can jump to things with A. But it's a little bit, like I can't jump off there. No matter what button, it's not going to let me jump off there. It's not totally freeform, but if I can jump down to it, it'll let me press A, look. You know, so it's very intuitive. There's a thing, press the button, you're there. Makes sense. I can go most places. Look, I've got different things that I can do. I can do my scratching if I find something to scratch, or I can do my meowing, or I can... You know, it's very intuitive, very straightforward. I'm a cat. Here we are in this world. And there's no explanation, which is fine. It's absolutely fine. It's very... I mean, it's making me think of things like... I want to say Z for Zachariah, Z for Zachariah, depending on where in the world you pronounce your Zs. It's very Z for Zachariah. It's very overgrown. Like the concrete, the pipes, it's all human built, but to let it be this dilapidated, it feels abandoned. So it feels futuristic. But insofar as you assume that in some 100 years this is what things look like if we don't maintain them, futuristic, rather than there are others. Like, it's weird, isn't it, that the signs of future is the future. The idea that like all we are is cats, and it's a bit run down. That's really all you could really say about it. There's rust and there's overgrowth and, you know, flooding or what have you in this concrete environment. I mean, you can find concrete environments like this in your local urban area. I can go up to Birmingham and find an environment just like this. Maybe not the pouring pipes, but overgrown concrete, abandoned. There will be buildings akin to this. Chernobyl's another great example, another thing that's popping into my mind, because the place was abandoned, obviously, with the nuclear problem, wasn't it? And it doesn't take long before it starts looking like this. It really doesn't. So there are human spaces in today's world like this, abandoned, reclaimed by nature. The other cats are all meowing at me. They want me over here. I'm having a moment, cats. I'm having a moment. But yeah, it's weird, isn't it, the way that the concept of being in the future, I didn't have to have all wells and bells and whistles on it. I just have the idea of time having passed. That's a really interesting concept, isn't it? The idea that time has passed. Because I know what the world is like now. I'm living in it. And this looks like, well, it looks like things have gone downhill. Very interesting, isn't it? Hold A to chain jumps. Just keep holding that and just jumpy, jumpy, jump. Good catty. Agile catty. That's my catty. My catty's sleeping. He's alright. And instinctively as well, what's really nice about this is you know that you're part of it. Like, it gave you that intimacy to start with. You're part of this crew. They're going away. You want to be with them. You know, you're left on your own. Feel a little bit isolated, and the environment's quite big, and you want to be with your crew. Or just instinctively, just a feel of affection has given us that, which I think is very interesting. Instinctively, I'm inclined to follow them. I want to creep under that. Oh yeah, just happens. Here we are. Hold LT to observe. But before I do that, I'm just going to check why my doggy's parking one more time. In about half an hour, the house will become quiet, I'm sure, and I will get more chance to really focus. But for this first few minutes, I have to deal with actual animals in the real world. Oh no, you're daddy. Oosh. Oosh, you're giving Daddy kisses. Good boy. I don't know why. I don't know what Daddy's done to deserve that. You good boy. You won't see Marlo on the camera because he's not going to go and usurp the cat, I'll tell you that. My Marlo boy, my doggy, is a little bit afraid of that cat. When he was a puppy, Omar the cat told him, he basically said, "Don't you get too close to me, you chuffer." Marlo's a bit worried of him. A bit frit. When it's his brother, but he wouldn't mess with him. Hold LT to observe. Where's all the other cats gone? Did I miss that? I can hear them meowing. Does it want me on these things, or did someone pop up there and chuff down them? Oh, here's one. Here's a catty. Meow. How about this? Have a bit of this. Are they going to follow me? Yeah. Whoa. Fair enough. The cutscenes are very graphically elegant. Better than the main gameplay, which is to be expected, but... Whoa, catty! Oh no! James feels... I know I chose to do this as a Christmas thing on a almost random, because it's Christmas. I wanted a Christmas special. Stray's nearly Game of the Year, one of them. I'm not going to play through all of God of War 2. I think this is a good choice. Instinctively, though, this feels really Christmassy to me. It feels, me and Steve were talking the other day on this about favourite Christmas movies, and he mentioned The Snowman. That hasn't got any words in it, The Snowman. Right, you. Apart from David Bowie at the start, The Snowman is not full of talking. I've hurt my foot. I've got a bad footy. Well, this is no good. I'm going this way first anyway, because I always do in games. It really doesn't want me to. It's saying don't go that way. Okay, I'll go this. Oh no, what's happened? I've fallen over. But yeah, this feels quite Christmassy because it's... There's something about television that's universal, suitable for all, that's got feeling to it, where emotion drives the narrative. And I don't know what's going on here, but you feel like you don't have to explain a big... There didn't have to be loads of writing. It's just, you know how you feel about cats. You know how you feel about kin. You know how you feel about falling down a big hole. It's very primal almost. It's quite an emotion. Like the game is made of emotions, isn't it? Right, here's me licking my foot. What am I doing? I was heading this way because I just thought I always go backwards in games first to see if there's anything secret, see if there's anything cheeky hidden. I don't know what there's going to be, but it doesn't really want me to go this way. Oh no, I can go this way, look. Totally go this way. Oh, junk pile. And there's a door over there, look. I mean, I've got no strategy or plan, have I? So I might as well just go to this door. It was inviting, it opened, or I could go up there. That was the back, wasn't it? Oh, it kind of leads you around in a little circle. Quite clever. Quite smart. Go on then, let's have it through the door. Very atmospheric. Like this game... Do you know what? The other day I was thinking I wanted to play something... I'm just going to stop and talk about this for a minute. This is going to happen a lot in this playthrough. I told you it wouldn't... For some people it'd be 8 hours. For me it's going to be 16, 24, 32. I don't know how long. We'll be playing it next Christmas. like The Snowman, like a film that has no words, that's simple feelings evoked through diorama and scene setting, the music, there's so much to it. But the other day I was thinking I wanted to play a game where I loaded up a couple of different games that I've got on my list to see what they were going to be like and whether we play them on stream, and a couple of them took about 20 minutes of talking before I was allowed to play the game. You know what it's like. I'm doing the talking now. We're not, we should play the game, but you know what it's like. You get a new title and you think, this is brilliant. Can't wait to play this game. Let's load it up. And then it's like, I don't know. I didn't play God of War, so God of War is a good example because I'm not dissing it by saying this. It might not be the case, but it's like, in 20,000 years under the sea, the gods came and this happened. It's doing the cutscene, and you're like, oh, this is interesting. Can I play the game yet? And it's like, and then this and and then like you're in, and like eventually you get in, and like, yes, I can play the game. It's like, right, now talk to you. What's it called? Red Dead Redemption does this a lot, actually, hard. It's like, walk really slowly over here and get yourself a coat. And I'm like, no, I don't want to do that. I want to run around and shoot my gun. And no, walk really slowly over here and get a coat. Have you talked to your wife yet? Fallout does a little introduction sequence where you're in the house or in the shelter in Fallout 3. In Fallout 4, it's, you're in your house. Really, you want to get into the game? Even battle royales, drop in, loot, find your stuff. Can I just play the damn game? This game, turned it on, play the game, there you go. Control the cat, have some fun, go for it. Straight in, no messing, no explaining, no need for any of that. Dead City. Okay. Very much, again, now I'm starting to see this cyberpunk aspect that I was more expecting of. Didn't realise we were going to start in a more natural environment, even though it was concrete. There was much more overgrowth, wasn't there? But this is very strange, isn't it, to see such a... I mean, is it quiet because it's night time? But it's a very urban sprawl, but it doesn't seem to be any illumination or whirring of air vents or anything. It's quiet. That's the thing, it's quiet. I did see there was a little beetle thing that went through this door over here. So my assumption is that, because I, like, you know, like everyone else, I've seen a bit of the trailers. My assumption is there's going to be some sort of robot hiding out somewhere doing some weird shit, and I'm going to get joined in. But I'm a bit confused at the moment. I did see, like, there was a game prompt. It went over this way, didn't it? Some beetly thing. So maybe it wants me. Oh. CCTV camera. That's still strange because it's... I was going to say that's still alive. No, it's a sign of life, isn't it? Even though it's synthetic and automatic and not alive. It's interesting the way you see the movement and the light and you think, oh, something's here, something's alive. And game design as well here, look, lighting up ahead of me. And it's funneling me down a corridor, but it's giving me a lot of freedom. I could really go where I want, but it's sort of saying to you, you know, here's a what looks like a body. It's not, it's a robot. All the interesting stuff is the way it wants you to go, isn't it? And classic Scotty Hottie wants to sort of go and under the cars, or, you know, over here and see if there's a special up here. Nope. But allowing me to explore just a little bit like that gives me the feeling of freedom, total freedom, open world. But it's not, it's on rails like Call of Duty. I'm only going down there, aren't I? But to keep that feeling of freedom, they've put these little bits and pieces you can play around with and feel free. But then they just put the limitation just beyond you here. Bird spikes on there. Just, you know, just limited you enough so that you say, okay, I've had a little explore, I'll go where you want me. But you feel that you can explore, you feel free. I'll tell you what's really lovely as well, it's really subtle, but it's really lovely. I don't know if you've noticed, because I turned it down a little bit, the music just underneath there is giving us an oriental vibe. The signposts are in some sort of, I don't know what you'd call that, alien script, but maybe it's because I'm a cat. No, that says human personnel only, and then there's a alien script on it. So it's not just because I'm a cat. I thought it's because cats can't read, so, but those numbers look like numbers up there, so it's because it's an alien script. Again, it's a little subtle thing. I don't know why the music, for me the music was so good because it inspired thoughts of, if I just close my eyes briefly and think about it, like Blade Runner, when you go to get, in Blade Runner, they go to these sprawling megalopoli, and in the, basically they have these packed in places with loads of people, and there's street food, and there's little shops and all that, and it has a very, I guess Tokyo would be the basis for it, you know, in Japan and places like that where land is scarce and places are packed in and high technology, that sort of feel to it. And that music just tickling underneath when it did, it made me think of that, maybe that scene in Blade Runner more than anything. That sort of, you know, space. It's weird, isn't it? Because there's not much here. I'm just down a dirty side street with a few extra bits. But for some reason, I'm really feeling a vibe, like I'm, you know, totally feeling that Blade Runner vibe. Human personnel only. No trumpets. No trumpets. No trumpets. I'm not human personnel. I'm not a robot either. I'm a cat-en. Help. I mean, I don't know if that's deliberate, but maybe it is. Help. I'm a cat-en. I'm up for that. This looks like horrible toxic mess. Again, a really subtle indication of, and like that's narrative. That's narrative. It's, in some games you've just got toxic sludge because you need a baddie thing. You know, don't touch this toxic sludge. Floor is lava. But for our urban areas. Oh, hang on, wait, look. R.I.P. humans, no escape. That's a bit more blatant narrative, isn't it? A bit more blatant, a bit more overt, a bit more on top. But the subtlety of saying, look, this is a human space, human made, human built. We've obviously got this conflict between robots and humans because we've got the sign, and then so we know what's, you know, the gist of what's going on here. There's been some, we're not being told in big script. I really much prefer this than somebody. This treats me like a grown-up, like I'm smart enough to work it out for myself, just by the environmental indicators. I really like this, and the idea that this toxic sludge would be left and, you know, in the streets like this and not cleaned up. Obviously, bad shit's going down, isn't it? Because we wouldn't stand for this. I think it's really interesting why they've done that. It's a narrative device. It's all narrative, but there's no words. And the occasional, okay, help was there. The occasional few words, but really, their storytelling. Follow me, okay, I get that. But they're really storytelling, aren't they? You know, we talk about a lot of indie games and narrative games. We played one recently, the Forest Quartet, was very, very good. And this is a narrative game without all that written narrative, which do you know what I mean? It's not got like pages and pages of story, but it's storytelling. Much like The Snowman as a Christmas film, this is very much a Christmas game for me. They should have, I don't know if I'm tripping, but maybe it seems ludicrous to say this. Maybe I'm not, maybe I should say this. We have music that's Christmas music, we have films that are Christmas films, we have very few games that are Christmas games, and to include maybe a Christmas tree here or there, the idea that this is happening around December, that's all you needed to have done. But you should have released, I should have released it at Christmas. Maybe in the future there will be more Christmas games. You know, that streamers play over Christmas, that's your favourite Christmas thing. Maybe, do you think I'm right in that? Do you think I'm wrong in that? I've just realised that I can not see my chat again. Okay, I can see it now. You tell me in chat or comments whether you think of any particular computer games as Christmassy games. Did you get any games at Christmas that made you think of them as a Christmas thing that you got? Were there any games that you and your family play at Christmas? Should there be Christmas games? Because to me, this already feels like one. I'll repeat myself, because of the narrative without words, because of the storytelling. Because it makes me feel like great animated films of the past that have gone beyond language and therefore not used language. Use the language of cinema instead. This is much, much on the same tone and path as that. So I would say to the people at Annapurna and Stray, what I would say is make a sequel and make it a Christmas one about dogs. Dog is for life, not just for Christmas. And then that just every Christmas I'll play it. At least I will. So what's going on here? Because I don't want to go in there. That looks dangerous. But I want to go in the door, don't I? I'm thinking, is there some way I can interrupt the fan? Should I just walk down and have a look? I mean, it's very, like, well animated and stuff, isn't it? I'm not going to go in there. Can I not just get my... How about a meow? Do my meowing trick. Right. Right, my only other options are to climb up stuff. I'm a bit confused. Oh. You can have me there. Okay, I don't want to be here. Should I be trying to climb pipe work and climb along there, maybe? I can't see an obvious entrance to anything. Except this is the obvious entrance, it's just it's chuntering away. And here's a door. I can't get in. I feel like an idiot. I feel like I'm missing something. Let's jump down and see what's going on down here. Oh, here's another door, you see. I am missing something. There's all sorts of little... I can do my Y trick with this. Oh, I can get a bucket, look. I can get a bucket. I'm a clever catty. Right. I wonder if I can just interrupt this with the bucket. I'm a clever catty. Again, they did that really well. Like, this was... If there's a... how to... You know, if any game developers... If there's a how to do things, this is it. This is it. I'm in this. There's not many options, but it's big enough to make me feel free and that I can explore. And when I do explore, the things that I find are the answers to the problem. I found the problem first myself, and then I found the answer to the problem. Very simple, very straightforward. Had a few options to think about. I could have been attacking the door, but really it was quite straightforward. But it doesn't need to be any more complex than that. It worked really well, and that's taught me for the rest of the game, if you come across obstacles, you might be able to overcome them through environmental means. Well done. Lovely storytelling again, taking me from one place to the other here through a simple narrative device of... Not that simple puzzle, but it makes sense, doesn't it? It's like I'm in now. Managed to get myself in. It's a story beat. Very subtle, very nice. These are paint pots. I could knock them off maybe, and it would... I mean, I'm a cat, so I'm going to be knocking things off. So... And this is just teaching me that I can do that, isn't it? It's another thing that a catty does. Do I want to knock these off? I mean, they're there. Maybe I do, because maybe I want to jump off there. Oosh. Can I make it to that? It says I can. Well done. Well done, Jones. And here's another paint pot. I mean, you just have to knock them off. You're a cat. There's no ifs or buts about it. They've got to go. Ah. The only thing that needed extra was diddle-a-diddle-a-duh from Link when you open something. Follow me. Okay. Will do. You know, I'm a clever catty. I can read English. But now we're in interior. Very, again, very elegant. I like elegance in games. It's a word I was using a lot recently for the Forest Quartet. The way the paint is spilled, the way my paw prints are being transferred in blue paint around the environment. It's just enough. You know, you don't have to overdo these things, but that's good. It ties it all together. It makes it feel very real. I feel like, as a player here, I feel like I'm having an experience that I haven't had for many a year. Maybe I've never had this almost pure. I mean, Mario is much like this. Like in Mario, there's no talking, is there? You know, it's on your marks, get set, go, and then you're going, and it's like, well, what do I do? Well, this button does that, and this button does that, and then here's all the stuff. Like, it doesn't say, welcome to Mario World. You are a plumber, and you must find, and if you go along and press A, here you are, you will jump. Like, just sort of, you are Mario, and you're going, and that's it. Like, here we were, it did gently tutorialise me a little bit, didn't it? Just by making the opening scene very simple, but it's not said you are a cat and you live 20 years in the future and this is happening. It doesn't need any of that. And everything from this cat's perspective now, like, this is something incredible as well, is that this is a very normal environment. The blue isn't normal, but this is a very normal environment that you might, you know, be used to. An interior, a television, a basin, very normal environment, but from the cat's perspective, it takes on this grandeur. It's bigger than it normally feels. Like, that telly could fall over and crush you. The bicycle seems to be, you know, the spokes and the wheels seem to be a bit more dangerous now with that scale. just changing scale in a game like this. Now I'm a cat, not a human, and so everything is at a perceived slightly different scale. In filming, when you take a camera and you put it lower down, like you might notice that you're seeing me almost straight on, slightly higher up for the MySpace angle. I haven't gone full MySpace. Mind you, you're used to seeing people from a normal sort of angle, aren't you? But if I put the camera lower down, which I'm not going to do, but if I was looking down into the camera, my lower half would appear bigger, just because of what that's closer to the camera, and it would give me like this sense of scale, like I'm bigger and more, like we call it the hero's angle sometimes. And if you were to shoot, you know, the main character torso upwards, slightly low down, so they're big in the frame, and it gives this sort of magnificence or sense of scale that they are big, because you're down there and they are up there, and you're used to seeing things as a human that are up there being quite big. So this is subtle, but it really works. And until we went into the interior, the concrete spaces, you're used to seeing big concrete spaces, you're a human being, so they don't feel that big, they're just concrete spaces. But these spaces now, suddenly you know how big these things are, and there's not a big shift here, they're just a bit bigger. You don't, it's subtle, you know, we're not saying these are giant wheels and rah, 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 but see how the calendar there is quite big. The numbers are quite big. I don't know if that's deliberate, but you know, something that could be a small detail has been brought up a little, and it makes it feel a little bit more imposing. You're feeling a little smaller as a cat. What is this? Is this a map to how to get there? I should remember this shit. Go up to the exit. I don't know. Some weird stuff going on in this room. I will try and drive the game along, but I am so impressed I'm having to stop and talk about it. I have a little drink. He likes me having a little drinky. I have turned the music down because I want to talk and enjoy the ambience of the game. I do like to listen to game soundtracks, and I think they're important, but I've decided to turn the music down for our playthrough, but I'm really impressed by the sound design of the ambience. Oh, I'm purring. I'm happy, I'm a catty. Oh, here we go, into the light. Very much a cold light, very well done again. They've got that bang right, it's almost green, the light. It's not warm and friendly, it's very much a cold neon light there. And this looks like I might be messing about with a pulley system or something. I don't know if I should do. I might do. It's offered to me, isn't it? Okay. That's helped me get down here. I don't know why I want to be down here, but... Uh-oh. Oh, no, okay. This is where I'm going. And you know what? That instinct of mine to sort of explore, dig around all the corners, see if there's any chests or treasures, that's kind of gone away now already. Now I feel more like pushing on with the story instinctively. You know, I want to see what's next and what's around this corner and where I'm going. Whoa, 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 whoa! You chuffer. I want to see what's on in, you know, like when you're reading a book, you want to turn the next page. That's a good story, isn't it? You want to be reading your way to the next. Oh, I want to see what's happening next. Oh, I want to see what's next. When I'm playing a game, usually if I've got things to collect and XP and, you know, all that, I want every little thing. I want to collect up every little bit, scrape every bit out the jar. Whereas here, I'm actually okay to maybe say I didn't see something off to the left or right because it wasn't intended. The intention is the narrative. Let's keep reading the book. Let's not keep turning to the glossary and the, you know, let's not keep looking on Google to see if the new idea. Let's just turn the next page and stay on with the book. So I think that's a very interesting thing because I haven't got an inventory. I haven't got... Oh, it died. And again, I use the word died. it's mechanical, but because it's the only, it's the light, the movement and everything, it's the only living thing in the space, I felt that it died. It's very strange. I mean, the cat's in the space, but... And already I'm looking dirty like a stray cat. It's funny. Doesn't take long for the cat that's lost to feel lost, does it? I'm quite out of place in this environment. And so with all this water and this cold light and things like that, the warmth of those neon lights that we're following, it's making you feel that you want that. Just instinctively, you know, I'd just rather be in the warm than the cold, wouldn't I? I'm not really a fan of these things, nor is the captain. I'm just running from them. What? I didn't know you... I was pressing the wrong button. I didn't know you could actually die. I didn't realise that. Didn't know there was a fail state. I got ate by those things, so I learned that now. Won't happen again. B, right. There's more of them chuffing out. I'm just following, you know, the obvious route, that away. Ah! Get off the captain. There's more there as well. This is bad. This is bad. There's loads of them. I'm gonna die again. No. Okay, I'm safe. I didn't feel like the same sort of stress and impending doom, like as if I was playing Dark Souls or something, or a horror game or anything, but... Cat, follow me. It knows I'm a cat. It knows I'm a cat. Yeah, I didn't feel the same stress and impending doom as some other games. Maybe because, you know, there's not so much at stake, because you just fail, you start again, you fail, you start again. But I didn't like the idea they were attacking the cat. That wasn't very nice. You know, it was a bit gruesome. And a very interesting... like, enemy to have. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about that. That was all very sudden. An existential threat that I just instinctively ran from, I suppose, yeah. Didn't know that was in the game. I thought it was all like little puzzles and stuff. Didn't know there was baddies. I don't really know where I'm going. I'm assuming that at some point I'm going to meet a robot. That's what I've seen on the... You know, you kind of been completely unaware of Stray up to this point. Hello, Bob. How are you doing? How's the game? It's remarkably good, yeah. I'm going to say, at this point, I like to start games out on a sort of 10 out of 10 basis. Like, you know, you're already a good... Like, I give them the benefit of saying, this is a 10 out of 10. I'm ready to have a good time. And then if it starts letting me down, I start, you know, getting cross and... Oh, you've lost a point there for this, and you've lost a point there for that. But this, at the moment, still 10 out of 10. It's doing everything it should do, elegantly, interesting. One of the things I was saying at the start of the playthrough that I'm feeling about it, is this feels like a Christmas movie like The Snowman. Like, it feels like a proper animation where there's no, not Disney where everyone's got words and songs, but you're just watching like a narrative, you're watching a story, and the things that are happening are the story. So it didn't need a cutscene and a words to say, then the cat ran away from these bad things, and these bad things have been here for this amount of time, and they're just bad things, run. You know, it's got a lot of feeling to it. Which I'm really really impressed by and think is brilliant. Now, the only prompts on screen that are non-organic, sorry, not in the game, like this little A button prompt is the only thing that's there that is sort of, you know, maybe, in actual fact, I think they should do, it's hard to say, isn't it? You want that to be obvious on screen so that people know to press the button at A, otherwise people like Darkside Phil will get cross. But for me, you could just change that A thing to a cat's sense indicator, like something more organic within the shot that didn't take me out of the immersion, and then I'm really enjoying that. I think it's excellent to not have, like, I don't have what I don't know how to quite get this out. In most games, what I'm learning is like a series of different button commands, isn't it? I'm learning what my R trigger and all this stuff does, and it's all complicated, and I've got all moves, and I could change my weapons and go into my inventory, and I need to collect 100 of these so that I can craft one of those. I'm not doing any of that with this. I don't have any HUD, anything. There's no, like, people talking about Elden Ring for their UI. There's no UI. They just abandoned that as a concept completely, and that's good, because in animated films there's not really a UI, is there? Like, the more complexity to your systems in some games, the better. And you want to be going through these menus, and you want the menus to be easy to navigate, and you know, you want a bag full of things. But in this, no, much more just straightforward and instinctive vibes, and I'm very happy with that, actually. Like, very happy when I say. Out of all the games I've played this year, Genshin Impact is the best, but I can totally understand how this goes for Game of the Year. And everything else, like recently I played Batman Arkham Asylum because I got it cheap on the old Switch, not Switch, sorry, Steam. Got it on a Steam sale. And I think it's rubbish, can't play it, I don't like it. Like, telling me it's constantly telling me what to do, follow this arrow, press A, press B, press this. And this is so much more fluid and realistic, like real feel. Because you're taking all of that away. I'm moving the catty around. There's a bally, look. I'm going to be using that, look. I'm going to be getting that. Like, just that's fun. Just the simple physics of seeing the real world objects and interacting with them in an interesting and novel way, because I'm now a cat. I think it's very clever. And apart from me talking my way through it, it's a very quiet game. Very ambient, very atmospheric, perfect. And I think it's really Christmassy for that reason. I said it at the start of the playthrough, like films like The Snowman or whatever your favourite Christmas film is. I think at Christmas time sometimes we watch films, it's making me think of March of the Penguins as well, which is a famous nature film. It is narrated, but you know, we're seeing a narrative through image. And you know, you have like these movies that are on at Christmas that kids watch as well as the adults, and like, it's got the feel of one of those sort of classic pieces. I want to be over there. Like, it's really straightforward to think and feel your way through the puzzles as well. I want to be over there. I'm going to meow. Don't see how that's going to help. I want to be up there, maybe. Can I claw my claws up there? No, if I was a real cat, I could climb up that with my claws. So, can I climb up this with my claws? No. I think that's a bit of an issue. Because my cats, they climb up everything with their claws. So I'd be up on that with my claws, and then I'd maybe jump across there, I'm thinking, and onto the light fitting, and then onto there. I mean, my cat would absolutely be having a go at that. There's a security camera up there which is watching me, which makes me think maybe I need to go up there, because there's some pylons hanging which look like a route as well. It's almost like I'm planning a parkour route. Can I get on the cable? Am I an agile enough cat for that? No. Can I roll the barrel to somewhere else and get on it at a different position? Oh, look at it. Let's see how wonderful that is. That's very nice, isn't it? Yeah, very nice indeed. And all that's really happened is I fell off a thing and I'm in this environment and I'm a cat. That's all that's really going on. Can I jump up on there? No. Well, I'm over here now anyway, so... Am I jumping? I'm not jumping. It just, look, it won't let you jump off and, you know, do the wrong thing, which is good. But, I'm quite confused as to where I'm going and what I'm doing still. But I don't remain confused long enough. The game doesn't leave me confused. I've got a few little options, and the one of them is the right option eventually. Oh, Catty, no. Oh, okay. Not always the right option. Now what? And this is the way I go. I just come this way, didn't I? It wants me on the sign? It can't want me on the sign. Look, it's saying go that way. I'm not falling down there because that's death. What? It needs to make it clear enough for people like me. Otherwise I'll feel like I'm an idiot just going around in circles, but I don't really know what... Right, maybe I'll go around the top end here. Can I get across there? No. I can knock that plank down. If I can get up there. So it is just enough, look, challenge and answer. But I've not found myself getting stuck at any point yet. Although I felt like I was nearly there then, but that's the whole point in a puzzle, isn't it? And it's interesting again, because that's in the puzzles are just environmental navigation so far, but that counts. That's good. Telling me where to go again with light. Warm light is my friend. Very pleased at that concept. Very, I want to say primal, but also, like, not primitive in a negative way. Like, primal, primitive, you know, very instinctive the way this game feels to play. I'm like a little parkour cat, aren't I? I'm going the right way now. I fucked it up. Up there, look. Nice. Very nice, again, very elegant. It led you into a little dead end. And so every player that does this is going to come to this point. I bet everyone that's done this, and I'll have to watch their playthroughs afterwards, but I bet they've come to that dead end and thought, oh, now what? Turned around and seen the light. It's warm, it's inviting, it's up there. Like, some games feel like you're on rails and therefore it's not fun, like you're just being forced down a narrow pipe. But this feels like you're being gently guided. It's so good, it's so clever, it's lovely. It's simple, effective. Look, cold dead end again. So I turn around and there's the light. It's like you're being gently guided. Like, you want this cat to find this space now. It's starting to get dirty. The game feels cold. This light is cold. This inhospitable, well, it's not inhospitable, but it's not uninhabited, that's the word, isn't it? There's nobody there, it's quiet. And so just instinctively as a person, and I'm going to call a cat a person from now on, you know, as a person, as an animal, you're seeking the the warmth, the company, a way out from the brutality. And it's interesting that it's been coupled with noodles there. I didn't notice that until now. I'm sure it's not the first time that one of these has had coffee or noodles on, which are psychological subtleties to make you feel that warmth. I can't see that's a mistake. I think that's, it's not an accident. I just think that's incredibly good design. This game is already standing out to me for a number of really strong points. One is this aspect of, we talk about game development, game design, don't we? They're designers, they're developers, they're engineers, they're software engineers. You can design something that works and it can be functional, but then you can design something that's beautiful that doesn't work. You've got all different manner of things. There's so much elegance, simplicity, but depth, complexity. Like I said, I don't have any menus or systems to mess about with, but all that other, so you take away all that as a developer, as a designer, as an artist, instead of thinking about how best to combine dual wielding weapons, you don't have to think about that. Instead, what you're thinking about is how best to put across these emotive, and it's about feelings, it's about instinctive psychological thoughts, and it's very much on that depth of thinking, and you can see it's gone into it and it's come out in it. It's been realised in this excellent piece of narrative. This excellent piece of storytelling. Look at the reflection on the floor as well. This is the first time, because I'm playing on the big computer. I'm usually, all my life up to last year, I suppose. I've had a computer, I've had a PC, and I've had a Mac kicking. I use a Mac, so I'm now on a PC. But I've used a Mac, and you don't get all the games on the Mac. So I've not been a big PC gamer, and therefore graphical fidelity has never been the thing that I'm most interested in. I think you can have excellent games without good graphics. I used to play the NES, the SNES, but this is the first time I've thought about how almost realistic. They're still, I would say, animated cartoon, real life on one end of the scale and animated cartoon on the other end of the scale. I'd stay with still, I feel like I'm playing an animation, a really good one, but, it doesn't, obviously it's not real, but the realism in it, the realism is a style, is there. I think they pushed it far enough to the point where it feels quite real, even though it's not real, sort of illusory. I hope you understand what I'm saying. Graphics have come a long way, and this, that reflection, the light, I almost feel like I'm in a real space. But I think if I was in a real space and that was that space, I'd say, oh, this doesn't feel real. It's not like the reality. But sometimes the platonic spaces, the idea of platonic realism, there's a perfect space. This has the right feel. Again, I'm not really finding the words to the thing I'm thinking, which is that this is quite realistic, and it is good graphics, and it's probably some of the best that I've played on my new computer since I've had it. We did Flight Simulator, that counts as a good graphics thing, but this, this is looking amazing for me, looking really lovely. And it's like I'm in a movie or something, isn't it? In a way that, like, a Tim Burton film has a fairy tale edge to it, and it's not realistic, but it's a movie, so they're real people. But Edward Scissorhands and stuff, it's like set in a fairy tale world. This is that's why I'm saying it feels Christmassy to me as well, and the aspect of light being important. Like at Christmas, you have Christmas lights, don't you? And the winter is cold and the lights are warm, so there's that aspect to it maybe. My insight into the game design and graphics is fascinating, thanks. Be interesting to compare my playthrough of this to Phil's. Yes, it will be, actually. It would be really interesting. This is what thanks for saying that about my insight. I mean, it's not just, I'm not, how do I say this? I don't have an incredible insight. I'm not a sophisticated game developer. I'm a person who plays games. But I've spoken to a lot of developers, and I've exposed myself to a lot of art, and I've tried to soak up as much I want to say criticism, but it's not criticism like taking it, oh, that's crap, that's bad. But, discussion of art. I've tried to soak up as much of that. I enjoy that. That's something I like. And so when I'm playing games like this, I'm not really watching a film. I'm not really a gallery, talking about a painting. But I mean, I'm in the middle of a piece of art here now. I'm part of it. It's part of me now. And that's where this insight comes from. It's more of a human feel, like a instinct I have about art. Like what I'm trying to say is you could stand in front. You do have to know a bit about how they're doing the painting. You have to know a little bit about why they've chosen to put that on the wall or whatever. But I could stand in front of a painting with you and we could talk about it for weeks probably, and it would all come from the things we feel and think. And for me, that's good, and that's what art is. Whereas another person, or like with games specifically, it's interesting to think that I could talk, and we're going to talk to more developers on this stream. Mads is lined up for another interview. You could talk to a game developer, they could tell you all about the code, about line 10, line 20, about the bugs, and none of that. I know it's really important, and I'm saying this, but none of that matters a shit. Like, I don't need to hear the painter tell me about what kind of brush they're into. What I'm talking about is the way that blue splashes across the page, and it makes me feel a sense of freedom, or these things. They're the things that I can really dig into and talk about. And some games don't have it to inspire you to talk about it so much. They don't need to. Not all games need to be that. Remember, that's really important as well. Maybe someone like Phil would prefer a game that didn't do this, because you don't have to think on this level, and you don't have to think here, you just feel it. You could just play this and feel it, and just go through it and feel it. But me as a streamer, my role is to vocalize the joy of what these artworks are and how they're doing it in some ways, is to highlight the joys. And so when something like this that's very subtle, it's just a room that I came in and I went down a dead end. I mean, it's very much, actually, now you said it about Phil, it's very much reminding me of that God of War thing with Phil, where they used him as an example on how to guide a player, and Phil was this sort of generic player who did what the game told him. In some ways that could be almost sinister, that you're no longer playing the game, you're just following the orders. But here I'm saying it as an art choice, like a reason to make me feel lost at a dead end, cold. Like, I'm saying it's a really good choice. Now I've got a cat meowing. Are you coming in then, Minka? No, right. What's happened is that, again, I'm the only one in the house who can deal with shit like this. They've locked her out. Yeah. They've locked the cat out. There's an irony. We've got the cat on the bed, who's Omar. He's an actual stray cat, so he's in my shot on my screen. But Shakima, who's the other cat that we have, someone had locked her out the house and then left, so it fell to me to let her in. Yeah, it will be interesting to compare my thoughts to Phil's. I think this is a beautiful piece of work. I'll repeat myself sometimes. I'll tell you why I repeat myself as well. It's because I'm formulating my ideas while we play, and so sometimes if you say something again, you might come up with another bit of the idea. But really what I'm feeling is that this is standing up there somewhere with, and we haven't even got into it really yet. This is my first run. We'll probably play for a few hours today and then come back to it tomorrow and the day after. But it's got this this feel of a great animated piece, a great silent animation, not silent, no vocals, no script. Again, no script. It's all narrative, but no. The reason these really great silent works, what was the word? Animations with just music and no talking. Even something like Mr. Bean is a good example of that, where Mr. Bean doesn't use any words, but it's all narrative, it's all story, and it's all, for Mr. Bean, comedic, whereas this is much something different. It's not comedic, it's making you feel something different. But story is about feelings, isn't it? Like, a lot of the time when people are telling stories in artworks, in games, in films, they forget that you're there to feel the emotions. So what Stray has done that's really good here is, like, you feel cold and alone. They're not telling you about how a cat was cold and alone. you are feeling cold and alone. And your option here to feel warm and comforted is very appealing. I'll move on. I'll keep moving. But what's the name of my other cat? Omar, Shakima, and I've got Omar, Shakima, and Marlowe, and they're all people from The Wire. Oh, I've unplugged that bad boy, so that is me through there. Didn't realise I was doing that. I did just sort of follow the instructions there. Should I drop that or should I keep it? I'll keep it for now. I'm the sort of player that likes to keep things in mind. I don't need to keep this, whatever it is, but I'll keep it for now. Oh, I've dropped it. Okay, the flat. I'm at the flat. But this is good because it's all warm light, so I know, I've learned. It's an instinctive feeling. I can knock things off because I'm a cat, obviously. I think that we're in the right place. It says need help on there, look. I've got options of things I can jump on and mess about with, but what's over here, look. Need help. Oh, classic. Look, how clever. I can type on the keyboard, but I can't type anything, look. Because I'm my cat, which walks on my keyboard. Body required for download. Enter the door, turn on, find a body. Okay, will do. Very pleasant music as well. I know this is not the door with the body or anything, I'm just looking at what's around the corners. Which is one of the things that I like to do. Okay. Oh, it closed behind me. I don't like that. This is all very blue. Imposing. It said go indoor, find body or something, didn't it? There's all sorts of plug sockets on the floor. Like there's empty plug sockets there. And I learned recently that I can unplug things. So maybe I can interact with that. Here's a handle. I'm going for the handle. I am a clever captain. Go on, let's have that. Can I plug that in? Yeah, I can as well, look. I am a clever captain. So maybe I need more of them. I mean, maybe I don't know whether it's right to unplug that one. It just begging me to do this, isn't it? It's begging me to get these all plugged in. That's how I feel about that. I love the way I can just climb up and over stuff like that. That's very nice. Like, it's turned into a bit of a mystery puzzler straight away now. You can see why and how. And like, if you describe to someone that, oh, I'm going to make a game. Oh yeah, are you? It's going to be... I'm going to have a cat and you're going to be in this room, right? And then you're going to find plugs to plug in. You'll be like, that's boring. Sounds rubbish. What are you on about? But this is not rubbish and boring. This is brilliant. I'm just one plug away, I think. Oh, there's one up there. Let me up. Get me up. Up me. There we go. And I'll have that. Again, the only thing that I think really takes me out of the immersion, which is a shame, is the clarity of the letter A and the letter Y. And maybe just corresponding cat emotion identifiers, like maybe a green glow or a, you know, because cats might maybe see in a slightly different spectrum of colour. So maybe you could like have an infrared around things slightly that cats might see or something, that, but not with the letter Y and the little Yeah, not with the letter Y. I mean, I like the way the handle glows, but I don't like the way it says A. Do you know what I mean? That's all. That's the only negative thus far. I said thus, yes. Okay, that's the body, I'm thinking. Or maybe there's one in... I don't know what's going on here. I forgot. I'm not the sort of person that's going to be excellent at this because I've forgotten what my initial instruction was already. It was go in and do something with the body, wasn't it? Like reboot body or something. Interesting, there's a lucky cat up there. It's a nice little subtlety. So I'm in this room. I can't really see what that says. There's a computer here. It's really interesting to see computers like that put in games like this. There's something quite magical about that. Floppy disk drives and all that. It's given me an option to knock that box off up there, so I might be up there knocking the box off. Maybe. I'm not doing much else. Can I jump anywhere else from here? What about that bag? Can I do anything with the bag? It's a bit strange, isn't it? So I've opened it, I've come in here, and it wanted me to reboot something, and I've done this. It said something about a body, I need a body. And then in here, following all this rubbish and wires, there is, lo and behold, oh, I can, there we go. Oh, no, I'm on it. I'm on here. I've knocked its head off. I'm just such a cat. That's what my cat would do. Yes, I'm going to get a new head on you, look. What have I got there? A bit of scrap. What? I thought there was going to be a head in the box. I've got this. That's what I've got. I don't know what it is. I've got it though, it's mine now. It's like I've got a part. Some kind of little mechanical part, look. Like my thought is I can put it on top of its head and make it a new head and it can talk to me. I don't know if that's right. Oh look, oh hang on. I'll tell you what's really cool as well is I'm a cat in this game. Now, the puzzle solving and like the complexity or whatever, it's kind of a simple thing. Get that thing, put it on there. But for it to, like, mate, I'm like, what's going on? Like, how am I and what do I? And then that's what whoever this robot thing, controller of this computer, whatever's trying to get the cat in the game to do stuff, is thinking, oh, I wish this cat would just get that fucking thing and put it in there. Please put it in there. And like, imagine you were like, you know, as a external force watching the cat, you would want it. You wouldn't be able to control it that well. You wouldn't know. Like, I feel like I've done the right thing as the cat there by not instinctively just grabbing the thing, putting it in here, knowing what's going on. Because I'm a cat. How do I know what's going on? And I have to have this prompt. There we go. Have a bit of that. That's success. It's going to go lovely warm colours. What is it, like some sort of little drone thing? And yeah, so I didn't tell you how to spell Shakima. Shakima. K. Ima. Classic cat as well. Look, this thing's come alive and the cat wants to knock it. Like this is exactly what the cat would do. The cat would attack that. Oh. So I couldn't believe the camera is a cat in the dead city. I can't remember my name. It seems my memory's corrupted. I've been trapped in the electronic network for so long. I know I worked for a scientist who lived here. Some sort of AI. Call me B12. That's what it says on my exterior. It's dangerous in the dead city, but you seem like you know how to handle yourself. Let's get out of here. Follow me. Okay. The key unlocks the door. It's going to get it for me. Okay. Very good. Battery low. Come over here. It's like my Paimon. I'm going to put that on. It's put it on me. Classic cat. It's like they know cats. Like the cat is now. If you put something like that on the cat, it's going to roll around on the floor like what's going on. Oh, it's heavy. Look, I don't like this. I've got this thing on me back. Should I go somewhere and charge it up? Maybe? Is that the idea? This backpack was designed for small quadrupeds like you. Is this uncomfortable for you? It's interesting having this thing talking to me now. Like, it's changed some of that fairy tale aspect, and it's made it much more. I feel much more like I'm playing a computer game again now, whereas before I felt like I was sort of even part of a animated fairy tale thing. Interestingly, in the top right of the screen as well, the pattern on the wallpaper is not the same as The Shining, but it's very similar. Yes, B12, this is very uncomfortable for me. It says, I'll get used to it. It's digitized the key and stored it in the backpack. I have got an inventory. Alright, there we go. Now I'm playing a computer game again. Memories. Inventory. Okay, I actually don't like that. I preferred it before when I didn't have it. Easy. If you're ever curious about an object, you can show it to me. Or to others if we come across any. So this device is going to open up a lot of different mechanics in the game. I get it. But in some ways, I would have preferred, or they don't have to. No, this game's itself and it's good. So I'm not saying I'm doing it better by doing it. I just think, okay, do me a DLC or a sequel where I don't have any of this stuff and I'm just the catties. I'd have been happier in some way with just the catties, I think. But yeah. Now I've got like batteries not included helping me out. Let's get out of the flat. Open with the key. The key. Use the torchlight. Oh, that's handy. Yes, yes, get me on there. Cat on a piano. Brilliant. What does it want from me? What? I don't know the digicode, do I? Bad chuffer. Let's turn the torch off as well. Don't remember how to turn that on and off. What's going on now? Where's my thing? Oh, there it is. Right. The code's going to be written on here somewhere, isn't it? There's the code. Look, yeah. I've got to knock off those things. Should guess the last number. No, it's 3748. I need a 3748. Little memory task there. I'm alright for things like that. It's just one cat and its little... Look at this place. It's just one cat and its little robot taking on the world. That elevator in the distance, that's important, I think. I know we need to go up. There is something I would say at this juncture as well. The device that you have forgotten, that you don't have your memory, and therefore, as the protagonist, us, we're playing as this character. They've got some knowledge of what's going on, but they've forgotten their memory. Happens in quite a lot of films. I think it's quite a cheap device. The reason it works well is because you as the viewer are learning things step by step. So if the active character already knows something, they're not going to say, oh, well, how about XYZ? I've just learned XYZ. You've just learned XYZ. But I wouldn't, like, the viewer would learn it, but the active character wouldn't even mention it because they'd know it. It's just something they know. So you need to learn these things through the film about the protagonist. So it's helpful if the protagonist has lost their memory as well, so they're in the same shoes as you and they're learning things as they go, so you can learn with them, and they find something out and they say, oh, I discovered I'm from Connecticut, you know, and then you all know that he's from Connecticut. Whereas if they knew they were from Connecticut from day one, they wouldn't mention it ever in the film because they just know it, so it would have to come up some way. And so this memory device happens a lot in films. It's a very cheap device. Oh, I've lost my memory. Memento is a more modern film that maybe reworks it in some way, but you know, the simple device, your main character has lost their memory, so you and the main character are going to go on a journey together finding out the stuff. I find that a little bit cheap, and here they've used it, they just clearly used it, but they've given it enough padding and reasoning. This B12 is corrupted, it's in a smaller body, it's, you know, it doesn't know it can't remember. Yeah, okay, like, it feels okay and acceptable. But were you to meet somebody on the street who, oh, I don't remember everything, I got amnesia, you know, handy amnesia, storyline amnesia. And in many films where that happens, you know, and they've got this amnesia, oh, they don't remember anything. It's ridiculous, because no one in the world really, you know, you don't know many people who have had this sort of amnesia problem. Not even if they got bumped on the head. So it's acceptable for it to be corrupted data, though, isn't it? And that can be acceptable. In the bucket we go then. This is cool as fuck. I'm a cat in a bucket. It's all horrible down there, all flesh and very Cronenberg. Look at it. Disgusting. Who doesn't know how to flush the toilet after they've... Anyway, look. Disgusting. Very Cronenberg. I suppose other people might call it... you might also call it... What's the name of that chuffer who did that thing? Oh, you know, the chuffer with the horror movies. A bit Geiger, but he's not the person I'm thinking. I'm thinking of, not H.R. Geiger, but chuffer with the horror movies, Lovecraftian. Yeah, a bit Cthulhu, all that grotesque. There's many pieces in video games these days that have used that as a theme, but in itself, it is just flesh and muscle and organic material, but to see it scattered around the walls like that is very grotesque, isn't it? It's very, again, very simple but primitive feel device that works. Makes you go, ugh. He remembers the outside. They remember the outside. It feels like I've been there before. Is this where you came from? The sea, the beach, the bit of... I promised someone I'd go there. Promised who? That looks like the beach at the end of Shawshank Redemption that was penciled in at the last minute, even though it wasn't in the book, where Andy Dufresne, or was it in the book, but Red doesn't necessarily get there. Anyway, Andy Dufresne goes there to finish his life in peace and little fishing boat on a lovely beach. This postcard, the mural, was painted from it. Let's take it. Got that now. That's mine. That's in the bank. That's safe. Keep that. Save that for later. Gained a new item postcard. Why do I have these memories? How did they get here? You're asking a cat, mate. Let's keep going. New memory recovered. I'm not exactly warming to the little robot. Not totally warming to it. I prefer being the catty and having it all being just focused around the catty, but the robot's trying to steal the show. Now I know how Mark Hamill felt when R2-D2 was popularised after the old Star Wars films come out. Do I jump down, or where am I going? I've forgotten where I'm going now. Down there though, definitely. So, yeah. I'll just jump onto anything, can't I? Come on. Yep. Translate. I can translate this now. Safe zone. Oh, you would say that. Let's jump in the bucket then. Who set up a system of buckets and pulleys? Who set that up? Because, what? They're baddies. Don't like them. Ugh. I mean, they're not even, they don't look that grotesque or anything, really. But, whoa, 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 get him off me, get him off me, get him off me. Like, they're almost cute in a way, aren't they? But then they kill you, so no. Bad catty. Okay, I'm ready for this now. You ready for this? No hanging around and talking about them. They could have made them far more sinister. They're giving these little squeaky... Nice noises. Nice noises. Quick, I'm running away. I'm running away. I'm doing my best to run away anyway. Oh, hello. The slums. Who's this? They don't like me. Maybe I'll get my robot out. Oh no, oh no, no. Where's my robot? Get my robot out. No robot. My robot will help. Alarm, alarm, red alert. What? No, come on. I've got a robot, mate. That calendar says 11 October as well. Oh, everyone running away. Running away, eh? There's a robot with a foot. Safe zone. For robots. You behave quite like humans. Tin hat on. Is it wearing the garb of a monk? I'm a cat. Can I get my little robot out to communicate with it though? Because I'm sure it would prefer my little robot. Smile face. Yeah, it's going to prefer the robot. Let the robot do its thing. Let the robot talk. You know, in Futurama where Zoidberg refers to Bender as the Rabot. I'm no Zerk. Yep. We're not familiar with your kind. These are guardians. You're welcome in our village as long as you don't eat anyone. Okay. I mean, you can't eat them. They're robots. Turn off the alarms. It was only a cat. It's not the first time someone said that. Coming out with their arms. They're creeping out. They're creeping. Weird humanoid robot things. I personally don't feel a bit of a kin... Like, I'm not... I did like R2-D2 when I was a kid, but I'm not really a kinship with the robots, sort of like, oh, cute character sort of person. You know how in films like, I don't know, like, everyone loved Groot in the... You know, I just don't... I'm not like that. I'm not... I don't know what it is about it or me or it, but I go, kind of creepy in a way. Big weird robot pedo. Like, I don't trust it implicitly because it did a smile face at me. Although it likes the smile face, doesn't it? Show item. Postcard. A picture of the outside. Ridiculous. This elevator isn't operational. Everyone knows it's impossible to leave this place. Well, except the outsiders. They're all gone now except Momo. You can try and talk to him if you want, but he gave up on trying to leave. It's for the best. He lives high up in the building with the orange neon sign. That's me. That's where I'm at. That's where I'm going. Got ya. That's the old Dark Side Phil camera trick there. Press down to ask B12 for help. Vitamin B12. But I do want to have a little look in here first. If I go up there, there's nothing there. I could show her the postcard. Momo. They're all just going to say go to Momo, aren't they? They don't look in a good... They're sleeping. They don't look in a good state. I mean, I don't know what they need. They all look like... Because they've been covered in these shawls. What's this one? This was like iridescent. We thought you were a Zerk. Like they look almost like refugees or something, don't they? The way they're covered in blankets. I might have got that wrong, but it gives that look and feel. Who's this in this frame? Almost maybe shamanic with the blanket. But they're not humans, so what do they need? Like food, electricity? They probably just need electricity. I don't know what's going on. It's a very strange setup. Don't know what's going on down here, but I can see this ball and that pipe. They need to be interacted with, don't they? That ball needs to go in that hole. Also, it wanted me up there, but you know, here's a space and there's a robot digging about. That ball's going to go in that hole. Come on, jackpot. What are they doing? They're just digging around in the junk. There's a shop. So we're to believe that we've totally junked the world to the point where people just trucked all their trash in the streets somehow. Some of it's bagged up. Inspect electric cable. Music sheet. Inspect. Translate. It's going to say shop. The marketplace. Yeah, I don't have to buy anything now. I'll be coming back there later, though, I assume. There's a chuffer doing something with a tree. You want to keep those trees nice, they're the only ones left. Bob Marley. Well, he's got dreads and a guitar. You know. Meat. A musician with no songs. What's this? Can I go on there? Oh, I can have a little sleepy on the little cuddles, look. That's good, isn't it? Just like my catty. Doing a bit of purring now. Hope you get then, catty. It's so lovely. Like, this is one of these games. A lot of the games that I play, I just want to stay in the spaces sometimes. Like, when I was younger, for example, I mean, Breath of the Wild's a bit of an example, but Skyrim was more of an example, I suppose. Because I might come home from work, get a few beers, get a pizza out or whatever, get a smoke on, play Skyrim for a bit, and at some point during the playing of the Skyrim, I might want to eat my pizza out the oven or make a reefer or something. And like, you just, a lot of times you press pause, don't you? Press pause on the game like that. But what I prefer to do is go into a space in the game that's beautiful. It's on the big telly in front of me, you know, like, leave it on. So I'll go somewhere nice. There's not many beautiful spaces here. It's very liminal space in a way, isn't it? Transitory spaces between two spaces. But, you know, I like to go somewhere that's nice and pause for a moment in the game and just like take it in. They've done such a good job on creating these environments. The graphics, like I say, this is probably the... I know it sounds silly to say it because it's little indie game Stray, isn't it? But on my big computer, I'm not playing anything that's demanding. And this is probably the most beautiful game that I've played up to this point on my new big computer, which we got midway through this year. May, June time, didn't we? May. We got it in May. So, I've not been playing that many graphically demanding games, but this looks beautiful to me. And if I were to just whip my way through the game as quick as possible, then some of the subtleties of this would be lost. So I just like, you know, chilling out in places sometimes. Which is why our playthrough is going to take a little bit longer than most. But, okay, now I know as well that I need to get up there. It's a simple task. Whatever the task, whatever the trouble, I'll put on my jacket and I'm ready to rumble. So, I could meet people. And again, it's a little bit different for me as a gamer than other people. Maybe I don't like to stop and talk to every NPC. I know there's a lot of narrative and interest in that, but I'm not the person that likes to do that. Like, they're all robots and they've got robot troubles, yeah? And I'm wondering if now, I'm just wondering if this is one of those games where, you know, I get you a bit of stick and then you use that stick to scratch your back, and then once you've done that, you don't need the back scratcher, and I can take that to the other person and swap it for a bottle of Pims, and once you've got the Pims, you can swap it for a rusty hat, and once you've got the rusty hat, you can swap it for the wire, and then you can get out. I wonder if it's that. Let's get all the balls down. Yes. Catty. Catty with the balls. Get the balls down the holes. Go on. I bet there's an achievement for this. There's that one. I'm not messing with the white ball. I just want these ones to go. Come on. There's a catty ball there as well. Oh, that's more like a catty ball with a bell in it. Go on then. In the hole. No achievement? What? Why? Why? Hang on. I can play with my hand. Oh, maybe I should have done it with the white ball, like a proper pool player. Can do it with my catty hand. My paws. I didn't get. There was no achievement for that, which I'm actually disappointed by. Take sheet music, certainly will do. Anything that you can take is mine. That's mine now. Already, I've turned into a hoarder. There are some games like Fallout where I pick up everything, but again, I don't want to talk to everyone, pick up everything. I'm quite happy to move through this game along the narrative structure, and then maybe at a future replay get delving into some of those other things, which I never will do to come back. I'll never come back and do a future replay. Maybe we'll do it every Christmas, I don't know, but I'd like to have a good look at things while I'm here. Chesterfield sofa, a lot of character to it. Like, there's a lot of character to this game, isn't there, all the way through. And in Fallout and other games, have these balls fallen out of the pockets? What's happened here? The balls are on the floor. Maybe that's why I didn't get them. Oh, they come out the pool table. In in some other games, there's a lot of repeating textures, a lot of repeating rooms and items. Here it looks very handcrafted and individual. A lot of detail. And it's these subtle details. They call it clutter. They actually literally call it clutter in games. Where, for example, what's happening here? Do they really consume this? Their original design doesn't have a digestive system. Maybe they somehow evolved by mimicking humans. I think I should try some of it. I don't want to be disrespectful of their ways. New memory recovered. Alright, okay. I've recovered a little memory of something weird. Oh, check it out. I can just jump out the window. I'm a catty. Some people are having a chat out there. Oh, this is going to be rich and deep and full, isn't it? If I want to go and explore everywhere. That's quite interesting. Yeah, they call it clutter. They literally, I heard Todd Howard say it on a podcast, that they have spaces in Skyrim and Fallout and, you know, the new one, Starfield, and they'll design them, they'll build them, and then they have a team that come through, the clutter team, that will just fill it with objects and stuff. And in other games, they repeat the same items, don't they? You see a lot of very similar bottles, for example. But here it looks like quite individual, enough detailed and individual stuff to really give it a... Like that's the third Lucky Cat I've seen now, but Lucky Cats are replicated in our world from factories. You know, bottles are repeatedly shaped the same, but this feels like it's so full of character and individuality, which really contributes to this feel that you're in a real place. The Doofer Bar. Bit of a weird name for a bar, the Doofer Bar. I'm behind the bar. I don't give a shit, I'm a cat. So, have a bit of that. Change music. I haven't got the music playing, have I? I've got it turned right down. It's like a whole... I didn't realise this was going to be like less linear. I thought it was going to be more linear, and I'm surprised that there's so much... let me guess what this is. Fortune teller? Oh, I come here before, didn't I? Isn't this the way in? I'm tripping now, I'm getting lost. Is it fortune teller, this says? Grandma clothing. Grandma clothing. Dark alley down here. I am actually... Whoa, 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 whoa. Was this the way I came in? I am actually kind of lost now. I know I'm trying to get up high to see that chuffer, but... It's like exploring. This is where I came in, isn't it? I jumped through that pipe. It is, isn't it? Okay, I jumped through the pipe, and then they were like, oh no, scared. And the alarms were going off, and ran down here. Grandma clothing. And then... I can't remember. And then I've got friends that... They're my friends now. Barterman, Super Spirit Laundry, Grandma Clothing, and Elliot Programming. None of those things are what I want, are they? Or Elliot. Was Elliot... It was Elliot, wasn't it? The last one. Elliot Programming. This way. Is it this way? I'll go up the stairs this time. Well, no, I don't need to translate. The last one is Elliot Programming, and it's saying to go this way. Which can't be right, because this is where I come in. I'm going upstairs. It won't be upstairs. They're having a chat. It's not letting me go upstairs, look. Going in a big circle. Okay. I'll read the sign. I'll be game. I'll read it. The bottom one is Elliot Programming, and it points this way. What, is it in here? It's not in there, is it? This is granny clothing. She knits things. If I bring you some electric cable, I could make you a poncho. And I know where the electric cable is. It's one of these. Is it one of these games? It's like a point and click. It's like a spiritual point and click. The spiritual successor to a point and click game. God, I'm stretching now like a cat. I reckon, I'll tell you what, I've got a bit of pain around my back teeth here and a bit of a swollen gland. I reckon I'm going to be a little bit poorly for Christmas. Just a little bit. I can feel it coming on. Okay, I get that you can knit me a poncho, and maybe that'll be helpful in the future, but I want to go to Elliot Program. It told me to go upstairs, up there and all that. And I followed the signs. Maybe it's this way. What's that? Jump on it. Jump off it. Oops. Up the ladder, no. Oh, I'm going up now. Now we're going up in the world. Things are going to start happening for me now. And this is I tell you what as well, it's weird to be... Like, it's brilliant that they've done this as a whole interesting novel game, yeah? But just the concept of being a cat then jumping up those things, that's what my cat does and gets up to. She's like, Omar's less like it. He's the old street cat, the one you can see sleeping above my head. He's an old street cat. And round here it's not like rough, mean streets. You know, he used to sleep under bushes and I don't know where he got his food from. He was skinny as anything when we first got him in. But Shakima, she is an agile, you know, she's a well-kept, well-loved, agile cat. She hasn't got bad bones and poorly legs or anything like poor old Omar. Poor old Omar that you can see sleeping there, he hasn't even got proper, he's got cracked teeth. And they reckon, the vet says that the back teeth, sometimes if they're malnourished, they lose their back teeth, and that's sad and painful. So that must have been sad and painful for him. But it's his front teeth are chipped. It's most likely he's jumped off something tall, or, you know, they don't choose to do this. It's most likely that he's been running away from something or scared, or, I don't know, been in some sort of accident, and he's banged his teeth on the floor when he's jumped off. Something like that. He's got chipped teeth. Yeah, that's poor Omar. But Shakima, she's, you know, well kept, well fed, you know, she's not got any physical ailments to speak of, and she's very agile to that end, jumping up things, climbing on things, messing about. So, in a way, I think it's really good that we've got this whole world to explore with all this, I want to say steampunk, it's not steampunk, it's cyberpunk, but, you know, modern, futuristic, the robots and all that. That's all good. But part of me yearns for an experience much more traditional. Maybe even... I mean, we're playing as an animal now, aren't we? And we could be in a much more natural environment. Maybe even... I could see a remake of The Jungle Book with... Instead of Mowgli being the main character, which of course he is, but you could play as the others. You could play as Bagheera and Shere Khan, Arkela. I like the concept of that cat movement up that obstacle then as well, and just even program a cat and put like this action character cat model in some more normal environments and watch it climb up the curtains would even be fun. So there's a lot you can do with this. And it's such a simple, kind of, in a way, obvious concept, isn't it? Why am I always... Well, I'm not always a human being as a character, am I? I've grown up being all sorts of things. I don't know what you'd call Banjo-Kazooie. Is he a bear? Donkey Kong's an ape. Yeah, I've been lots of different animals, haven't I? But never to this real feel. And never a cat like this. Am I wrong? Am I tripping? Have I been a cat before in other games? You play as a cat? Tom and Jerry? Oh, there's no they're just another sprite, aren't they, in games like Chip and Dale, Tom and Jerry, The Lion King. There's less feline aspect. I mean, they are, in The Lion King, you are a feline character, but here, I don't know, it's hard to explain, isn't it? But that realism of feeling like I'm actually a cat and doing things that cats do feels very novel, and just it in itself is quite beautiful. So my guess is I'm going to talk to this chuff and I can't go any further up, maybe? Meow at you? Oh, okay. Oh, hey, it's you. You look weird and small, but there's something about you. I feel compelled to pet you, but I won't because I don't understand why. I could show him items. Doesn't play sheep music. I know someone who does though. So I suppose I'm on my way. Just further on. Oh, look at this vending machine. Chuffing, eh? Lucky captain. Picked up an energy drink. I wonder if that means that I can drink that and actually, you know, double my speed, or if it's something that I need for a puzzle or a quest or something. Like, this game is supposed to only last 8 hours, but if you give it to me and let me do things like this, then I'm going to be here for days, so I'm not able to really explore every nook and cranny. But look how excellent that is. It gives me very much a feel of like having a doll's house, where you've got lovely, beautifully crafted items in the doll's house, and you're like, wow, look at the little telly with the little thing on it. Very, very excellent. And I can see on the news it's still live, but there's a robot there and they're just defunct, not moving, is what I'm led to believe. I don't know. Very strange. That's a face. Drawing you to it. And now I'm in here. Lovely just change of environment. Oh, I'm stuck in... No, okay, I'm okay. Lovely change of environment and feel. Like, it's quite extraordinary how the game can just do that. You're just out there and then you're just in here all of a sudden. I didn't know I was going to be. And now here I am with all this going on. There's a bed in there. Let's translate that. Hey Doc, I found the keys to your safe. You need to be more careful with these. They're mine now. It's not enough to bury your safe just behind a bunch of books. Thanks for the keys to the safe, and also the instruction on how to find it. I'll be finding that safe then. It's in here behind a pile of books. Is this robot supposed to be defunct? Am I supposed to be able to... How to develop your artificial intelligence in order to be as creative as a real human. Volume 42. I don't think I'm supposed to get that going again, am I? Let's try. Oh, sheet music. It's now a theme. No, not going to wake you up by playing on your piano. Oh, no, please don't. Please don't. Just shush. Just you're here with your daddy. No, please don't, Marlo. There is nothing to bark at. We're chilling. That's another interesting piece of artwork as well. Something that you don't associate with, you know, artificial intelligence and robots. Although we have had a big conversation on the internet recently about artificial intelligence. I don't mind if someone else thinks that artificial intelligence is bad for the industry of art. You know, I can understand their opinions and their feelings, yes. But aside from that, just as a sort of theoretical point, is using a computer to generate art, creating art, in my mind, yes, 100%. Is it legitimate? Yes, 100%. Like, it used to be you had to put paint on a brush on the canvas to be considered an artist, and then you could sculpture something, and that's not putting a paint on the brush, and then you could actually, it turns out you could find items and present them as if they were artworks. So it's about context for some people. So you had like, just to jump on, you know, through the whole world of art, just to jump through it quickly, you end up with these people like Duchamp, these conceptual artists, putting toilets in galleries and saying it's art and anything is art and all this, but art is about ideas, and the craft of producing something that, you know, is created is secondary to the idea that you are presenting through the craft, in my opinion. So let's say, for example, I'm not going to, this is now not a huge conversation about that, so I'm not going to be able to bring up all these examples and show them to you, but Michelangelo had was it Michelangelo? I'm sure Michelangelo had, no please, you're not barking anymore. Michelangelo and other artists, why are you chuffing? Do you want to go out there? There's nothing out there. They had students, helpers that would help them with aspects of their work. They wouldn't do everything themselves exactly by hand. Damien Hirst has people help him. Like, I know of some artists who create installations and they don't create every aspect of their installation themselves. I mean, how much creation do you need to do? Did you need to weave the canvas? Did you need to put the hairs in the brush? Or is it okay that you bought a brush and used that? The brush is a piece of technology, and without it you didn't produce. You needed your favourite kind of brush and your favourite kind of paint. Who made the paint? Did you make the paint? Are you responsible for making that paint by hand, or did a machine make it for you? So when we start to accept that we're going to be allowing technologies and we're allowing tools, and that, you know, like, let's say you're going to make a collage. Well, I'm not going to, like, or if I was going to make a mosaic, then I'm not going to have to blow all the glass myself and create all the tiles. Like, I just use them and put them into the mosaic, thanks. So it's an artwork, and the fact that you've used technology to assist you in the production of the artwork, it doesn't mean that it just made the paint. It could also mean that it sprayed it on the canvas for you. That spray can, that technology, is an application of paint in a different way. Well, I need that spray can to make my art. I'm an artist, I use spray cans. So, okay, yeah, I'll accept that. So if you're going to use a computer to make your art, and you're going to use, you know, online tools or software tools, that's what's happening now. Accept it, we're looking at it. So does the artificial intelligence choose the colour? Who's creating the colour? Are computers artificially intelligent? To a certain degree, yes. So are we using artificial intelligence? If you had to take a digital photograph, and like, one of the funniest things I saw on the conversation about is AI art conversation, someone posted like an anti-artificial intelligence art image, and it's like, you know, a Ghostbusters sign with AI behind it, ban through the middle, and they drew it by hand on a blackboard or something, and then photographed it and put it on Twitter. And the process of digitizing it through the photograph and putting it on Twitter turns it into artificially intelligent art, because the camera uses artificial intelligent algorithms to digitize it. So unless you're going to be in my room showing it me by hand, we're accepting some measure of computer intervention. And so me personally, I'm just going to say, yeah, I accept it, all of it, and see it as art, because you wouldn't be able to produce the image without the programmer. Without, even if, oh, but you're just feeding all these images into a computer and then it's churning something out, yeah. Like, even if that, yeah. Like, if that's what you like at the end and that's your favourite kind of picture, Andy Warhol just fed a load of images into a churning out process. Like, loads of pop art posters of Marilyn Monroe, or, you know, things he cut out from newspapers and magazines, made big and silkscreen printed, just churned out through a factory sort of process, became iconic artworks. So yeah, I think, yeah. And so what I'm basically saying here is that it's interesting to see a piece of art framed, what you might consider a more human touch, brushstroke, and it's of these mechanoids, robots. It's what it's saying to me here is that humans gone. I mean, I've already picked up the vibe, you know, but humans gone, robots are in their place, and the robots are emulating the human behaviour. It's a simple motif, and that says it all, doesn't it? And it creates all sorts of other conversations which we're having now, like I said, in the world of social media. So the way I see these conversations in social media as well is, and it's quite interesting because I don't feel angry and upset about people and their opinions of art. I see it's important that we discuss them so that everyone can hear different sides of the story. I can hear their side, and we can think about things. And that's how you shape ideas in social construct. Like, our norms and values in society exist because as people in society we voice our feelings and parameters and borders, and maybe somebody doesn't have the same borders as me, the same parameters. We both voice them, and between us we find a place where as a society we establish our borders and barriers. So I think it's really interesting to be part of that conversation, even if only as one small person on my little Twitter. You know, I'm still interested in part of that social conversation. So I will continue to have those conversations and not feel like I'm angering or upsetting people, hopefully, and not feeling that they're doing that to me. But if we can't talk about what is art, or what is a crime, or this good, that bad, whatever, you know, if we can't talk about things, then we're never going to get anywhere. So I do think it's important that we talk about them. And sometimes on the internet, not on Twitter and places like that, it turns into an argument, doesn't it? It turns into a thing. Oh, you're blocked. But it's important to talk about social norms and values. That piece talks about them. That artwork in a frame. It's really interesting to have it there. So I'm in here looking for a space. I said space because I saw the word space. Why did it say space? Oh, because I'm on the keyboard all of a sudden by automatic. Whoops. Yeah, I'm on the controller. I'm looking for a safe, and I've got the keys, and I know it's behind a pile of books. So I'm just going to go around knocking over all the piles of books, aren't I? Why not? You know, find one. Is it going to be under S for safe? No, there it is. Let's use it. I mean, how many keys have I got? Is that the only keys? I'm in the safe. I'm solving puzzles that I don't need to solve yet. Don't know what that was. I've took it though. A notebook with a symbol on it. It seems to belong to someone named Doc. After weeks of research, I've combined a spectrometer with a powerful UV lamp. With this, we should be capable of warding off the Zerks on our way out. The initial attempt was explosive. I might have to test it under real conditions. So I think the Zerks are those little bad plobbers that kill me. So this is a weapon or a torch that will prevent them, you know, that will ward them away. I don't know what this means, but it will probably be useful later. We should go and see that Momo person who Guardian told us about. I know, yeah, I'm just doing what I want, though, in whatever order I want, so shut up. Can I take these things? No, just the one thing. Can't have the flask. Just got the notebook. Okay, maybe I do need to come back when I need to solve the puzzle. Smashing up all the books. And I like this. I can actually feel like I don't know how to quite explain it, but I hope you get the vibe from watching it. Is that the carpeting, the use of the leather. I'm not a big leather, you know, I'm vegan. Not saying we should get leather armchairs, bin them off now, but the old scuff leather, the books, the softness of the audio profile. I really feel like I'm in an old bookshop. I've really got a cosy vibe from this, and it's the sort of place that I enjoy being in. Anyway, let's leave. Waterstones in Stratford. It seems, I'm just going to say it before we leave. It seems strange to say it, but I'm from a small town in the UK called Stratford-upon-Avon. Shakespeare came from here, so we've got a lot of buildings that are still Shakespearean style, and we had a bookshop, Waterstones, that occupied a very old and Shakespearean style building, and it was like a little warren like this. You'd go in and you'd be round corners and little nooks and crannies and alcoves. Yeah, it was really nice to be in there. They've changed it now, they've moved, but and that building became a restaurant. They knocked out some of the space, but really interesting, yeah. So, but the thing is, I arrived there because I was trying to go up, and I know it wants me to go up and speak to this Momo. Or maybe Momo was, I went the wrong way because I was following the. Maybe I went the wrong way. I was following the signs to something programming, and I thought that was Momo programming, but I might have got that wrong. I can't remember now. Let's knock all the beer bottles off, look. Have that, you chuffer. Here's somebody. Might as well start meeting them. The circles of light are pleasing to watch, but I want to see the real sky one day. Oh, wow. Beneath a steel sky. Excellent reference, because this game is a spiritual successor to... I know I'm deliberately saying successor incorrectly as a jibe at a different streamer who we laugh about because he's a bit of a chuffer, so don't mind me and my little jokes. Is this a one-way system? Is that just a down bucket, or can I go up in the bucket? Seems it's just a down bucket. Who's presenting me with all these buckets? Who's doing that? Who's the bucket master? Meow. Oh, I'm in a window. Who's this? Got problems with your telly. Is this where we're intending to go? Is this the main chuffer? He's not happy, but he's got a rainbow face, so that's a positive. I'm just going to have a quick scout around his room. Okay. Come on then. I'll meow at you first. Oh no, I won't. This is Momo. This is the Momo. The Momo man. Or robot of non-denominative gender. Why did I let them go? I'm all alone now. I'm going to show you my postcard. This is a picture of the outside. Do you want to go there? Well, yes, I think I do. Don't bother, it's a waste of time. It will bring you only loneliness and despair. My friends had this dream too, but now they're gone and I'm all alone. I don't know where they ended up. I tried to contact them, but that fucking transceiver doesn't work. I think he swore. I think that's why it's obliterated. My friends and I took notes of our research about the outside. Here, take mine if you really want to go out there. I should have said chuffing. I've just put the F word in my playthrough. Okay, gained a new item. Momo's notebook. You're on your own. I'm done with the outside. Good luck. What did he just say? Where was I supposed to go? Momo seems very sad. He misses his friends, yeah? Let me check the notebook. The Outsider's Manifesto. We must go outside at any cost. We must protect our brothers and sisters. We must stay away from the Zerks. It's signed Clementine, Zazar, Doc and Momo. It looks like Momo's name was added later. So they went and Doc Momo didn't, yeah? I think we should find the other notebooks. Do you? Here's a memory. Back Home 2. I remember this video game. It was made just after I was created, I think. I can't remember it well. The scientist and I spent a lot of time playing it. It was fun. I miss him. Why can't I remember his name? Picture of a cow as well. I wonder what that's supposed to be. Back Home 2. Am I not gamered up enough to know that? So I thought his books might be in his house. paper bag there, look. Bag on my head now. Which means my controls are reversed. So that's the opposite of helpful. Oh, I've got it off, thank God. Okay. That doesn't look right. Let's do some translating. The city is a cylinder, and there's a level above ours. It seems to have a ceiling, and the sky is hidden beyond it. So we're inside something big. I mean, what? Have I got to go messing around outdoors for your books? Where are your books? I was wondering if I could generate static electricity there. Seems I'm just scratching up the carpet. Are the books here? These are books. No? Translation, outsiders. Are you still looking for those useless notebooks? Yes, I am. What, and that's it? I mean, I like it like that. Don't get me wrong. I like it like that, but is this going to be a menu? No. Earth is the third planet from the Sun and fifth largest in the solar system by mass and diameter. It's the only object known to foster life. It's just facts about the Earth. Oh, this is different. The gravitational interaction with the Moon. Oh no, it's not different. It's just facts about the Earth, yeah. I thought it was going to tell us how it got into this trouble. Oh look. I don't know whether that's supposed to be... Because it looks very Blade Runner, that does. Or is that Pluie Metallic something real? Metal Rain. Just leaving my mark wherever I go, look. So I'm guessing that I'm supposed to go out into the environment and find the notebooks elsewhere. The symbol on the wall matches the one on the notebook. Okay, got ya. That seems like a lead. Well, I'm a cat, I don't wear a lead. No leash, no collar. If you want me, just holler. You don't need to offer top dollar. I'm not a top dog, I'm a mogger. Where's that ball going? Is that going in a bucket down there? Is this basketball again? Go on. Away with you. No achievement for that. Okay, I'll drop down. I'll take the bait. Coming up to 7:30 in the UK now. 7:30 PM. We're going to be running this till about 9 o'clock, I suppose. Then I'll be taking a break, getting myself some din-dins and bits and pieces. And I don't know if I'm going to come on and play more of this later tonight, or if I just pick it up again tomorrow. I will want to sort of see what I will want to do. Obviously this is unseen to me. It's all new. But what I will want to do is tonight I want to have a look at how far I got, and then have a look at someone else's playthrough and how far it is in their playthrough, and not the rest of it, but just see how far I got, so that I can know my pacing of it, how long I'm taking, and if I need to speed up or slow down or what have you. If I need to speed up and I'm not pacing it well, I'll probably do another stream of this maybe later tonight. See how we feel, because it can be that after my dinner and all sorts of messing about, I stop feeling like streaming as much. I feel quite tired, but we'll see. I don't know where I am actually. I've forgotten Did I get to the place? I just sort of followed my nose. This is the place, isn't it? Yeah, this is the place. So I'm now looking for a notebook in amongst all this stuff. And there's a lot of books, aren't there? There we go. That'll do. 4 of 4. Clementine's notebook. Everything's going as planned. Something before the transceiver went down. They're in a place called Midtown. It's controlled by some kind of oppressive force. I talked to Momo earlier. His eyes. I know this look. He will not come with us. Let's find the other notebooks. Okay. All good in the hood. I feel nice and confident as well. What's nice about this game is the way, it's not handheld, but the way it's directed you so far. It has got a bit of that dark side feel factor, the God of War dark side feel factor, where the camera view drags you to the next thing and all that. But it means you feel confident that you. Feeling lost and confused is not a good feeling when you're playing games, is it? Oh, look at the reflection on that. Excellent work. Feeling lost and confused is not a good feeling, so being able to feel confident. I now feel like as I come out from this place, I'm either going to be led down or directed towards, or it's going to seem more obvious that, there's going to be this was someone else's house, wasn't it? That was their notebook. I'm looking for someone else's house now, and their notebook, for example. Oh, look, sheet music. And that'll be little collectibles all the way through, which I probably won't find all of them, but I'm more about the story and the game feel. So now I'm thinking that it's going to... Is it? Direct me to his... There we go. Is that another one up there? That's that symbol again, and I can see there's another one of that symbol just over... So the one that I can't point to with the mouse, but in shot there's 2 blue objects, aren't there? There's the big one up the top there, and there's the one behind the little fence that I've been in. So I'm assuming that's the one I've already been in. Is it? Just as I said I was feeling confident the game was going to guide me to my next destination, I now feel a bit uncertain about where my next destination is. But I know what I'm looking for is more of those faces. Or do I just take that book back and see what he thinks? I don't know what the right answer is here now, actually. I'm feeling like if I explore the environment more, like consider it an open world, even though it's not really an open world, I will come across more of those faces. And when I do, I'll be inclined to sort of investigate and I'll find my own little route back. I'm also seeing blue over there, which matches up with the faces, even though it's not the faces. I'm calling them faces, they're symbols, but they're faces. And I'm also thinking about going back up to see the chuffer with the book that I've just got. But all roads do not lead to Rome. I feel a little bit trapped on this rooftop. Here's a bucket, but I can't get in it because it's a bucket. But where there's a bucket, there must be a way the other way, if that makes sense, up to the bucket. Oh, hello. It looks like this poor guy also wanted to go to the upper level. I remember, Midtown is up there, away from all the garbage and sickness of the slums. Even in dire times, humans could not help but divide themselves by social class. Even in dire times, humans could not help but divide themselves by social class. Back then, a lot of people from the slums were prepared to do anything to move up there. Apparently, robots also copied this behaviour. Apparently they did. but this is dead end. Yeah. Weird. I was saying about how confident I was the game was going to point me in the next direction, and I do feel a bit confused. I feel like instinctively that's blue, and it might lead me towards another one of those big blue faces, or I can go back to the chuffer and give him the book. They're my two sort of instinctive feel options, and I kind of get the idea that if I just sort of move around the environment enough, then the other one will stand. Like, there's two more books. There's going to be two more of those blue faces somewhere. Is that a reflection of blue that I'm seeing there? And if I can find the blue faces, I find the books. Getting to the places. It's funny as well, I mentioned Batman, that I'd recently got Arkham Asylum, and I hadn't played it. It's an old game, but I'm playing it fresh. Had a look at it, wasn't that impressed. Maybe it's because I'm coming to it years later, but this game makes me feel a little bit more like Batman than Batman did. On Batman, you press one button, you fly up in the air. Press one button attached to any building anywhere and just fly up in the air. Whereas this, I'm using the environment to navigate, doing this parkour. Feels much more like I'm actually a bit like Batman than the Batman game, ironically. What are they doing? Oh, they're chucking stuff up. This is like how we used to, on the roofing, chuck tiles around on the roofs like this. Looks dangerous. Shall I knock them off? The bollocks, will I? That's that bucket that I could go down. So that's a blue face. That's a different blue face, isn't it? From my original blue face, which was over there. Hang on, I'm confused now. There's the face that I went in the window. Look, there's a blue face over there as well. And now I'm getting many more blue face options, so this is good. Exactly what I thought would happen. I thought this was the one that I'd already been to, but this is not. This is a new blue face. So I need to enter this environment somehow. Ventilation power supply. That's my method in then. Whee! It's a bit strange that this electricity is constant. Fridges are open and lights are on, and in today's world we think about saving and conserving energy, and these robots, you'd think they'd require even more energy, and it just seems to be in abundance, doesn't it? So show me the notebook. This is them bartending and being refugees. That's a replication of that other picture. Am I to think that that's them as a group? There is a replication of the picture because they've all got a copy, or is it just lazy to put the same picture in over and over again? I'm sure it's because they've all got a copy and it means something. It makes sense. Ties it together. And now it gives me an idea that I could actually find those people. I might be wrong, maybe they're just random pictures that get replicated. There's another picture of that chuffer. I've seen that picture before, so... Show me the notebook. That wallpaper is like a reference to Kubrick. In the boxes, maybe? No, where's my notebook then? And the other one was in like their bedroom next to their computer. I'm just making a cat mess here. Not in any of these boxes. It's a bit weird, isn't it? I'm going to actually be able to pull that up. Yeah, that's clever. Very clever. So that's an exit. I don't need to exit. I need to find the notebook. Right, yeah, it's in the box. I knew it would be. It's just I hadn't found it yet. There it is. Come on, catty. Got it. Finally, the last notebook. It's not the last notebook. You wanted me to collect 4, and I've got 3. This is Zblatazar. I don't appreciate the silly names. All trace of organic life has disappeared, apart from what we call the Zerks. They seem to eat almost anything that moves and breed at an inconceivable rate, as if being locked in the city wasn't hard enough. There's also a note in this book. I found a design flaw in the transceiver, but I think I've figured out how to fix it. Here's the equation. With this, we can help Momo repair the transceiver. If we can communicate with the upper levels, that could be our way up. Let's show him what we found. Well, yeah, although I want to go to the other house first, don't I, and get the other notebook. Because, you know, I'm not a monster. And we said, look, over there, there's one there, isn't there? Sad face over there. Sad face there. Sad face here. But there's another one all the way over there. So I'm on to the one over there. No, I thought I'd jump over there, wouldn't I? Yeah, thanks. Now, this might have been one I've already been in, but I have to go over here thinking that it's not. Although I might be tripping. And if it's not, it might actually be Momo's house, and that's fine. There's like a 1 in 3 that it's actually Momo's house. Up. Up. Yeah. Or is this the library? Oh, this is the library. I just didn't realise it was one of these places. And so did I already... I've already got the notebook from here then. Yeah, I've already got... I get it. So now I'm to Momo's house. Which... I can't really remember which one it is, but if that one was the opposite, then... Hang on. I came down here and I talked to this chuffer, didn't I? And then I was like, oh, I've got to get up to this chuffing house. And then I came back around here and went up. And I was like, buckets, and it was this way. Oh, no, careful, catty. Up to this one, and then up to this one, and then up to this one. And this is Momo's house. It's very... I'm going to say it's Dark Souls, and it's going to sound stupid, but you know how Dark Souls, they take a very small environment and they wrap it round so it all connects. And then it becomes this big environment. And it's not open world. You're very much stuck down a pipe. But because all the pipes connect, you then start going, oh, I know where I am now. Oh, I see. Oh, it comes back on itself. It's architecturally very clever. And it's not as clever as Dark Souls. It's not as big as that. It's more like a confusing plaza that, as we elevate and create different routes, the cat can exploit these different methods of moving through it. So you make a sort of maze out of just the rooftops in a way, don't you? I wonder if I've never been a big player of the Assassin's Creed games, but I always get the impression that this is the same sort of aspect of gameplay that people enjoy about that. The parkour, the connecting of the rooftops, the running around and creating these novel routes, and things being connected and linked in this way. But now that you've been around these 4... I mean, if you were to just say, again, I think it's the sort of thing where if you were to try and sell this concept to somebody and pitch it, oh, well, we're going to have, in this environment, we're going to have basically like 4 different rooms, and the cat's going to go in these 4 rooms and get 4 notebooks. You're like, that sounds just fucking boring, doesn't it? But that's been really interesting just transversing my way through the environment has been interesting. The finding of the notebooks has been interesting. It's all been great, and it feels a lot more complex than it really is, which is a subtlety of the illusion that they've created here. And again, very much like Dark Souls, and until you finish with Dark Souls, I'm talking about Dark Souls 1, you know, until you get round and you connect up. I think is it in the church that you go in and there's an elevator in a church, and when you connect that and you go, oh, I'm back here, all of a sudden it all makes sense. Like, it feels like that. Let's talk with Momo. Are you still looking for those useless notebooks? Hello. Which one do you want? Oh, I haven't... Hang on, I'm still missing a notebook. I've got Doc's, I've got Momo's, and I've got Clementine's. So I'm still... Hang on, wait. I'm still missing a notebook. So this is Momo. The one over there was Clementine. I went down there for Doc. Sorry, I went in there, didn't I? How have I not got them all? I definitely got one out of there, didn't I? Because it was all in the boxes. And I definitely got one out of there because we went there and definitely got it. So is it that I didn't get one from the library because I didn't know I was supposed to be getting one? Is that what it is? If so, I'm back over there to get it because I don't feel right without all the notebooks. Even though I've got the critical notebook that will answer the problem, I just want to go and check in this room one more time and see if there's a notebook that I've missed. If not, I will continue to try and push forward with the game. If this isn't obvious. And there's a lot of books in here, so it should be difficult, shouldn't it? Although it should just also be marked by my cat scent. I'm calling it cat scent, like cat senses, that I can just find a book. Translate, that was here are the keys. I went in the... Didn't I get the notebook out of the safe though? Isn't that what I retrieved? And it was like, oh, we don't know what this is yet. Why don't you go and see Momo? I feel a bit confused now. I feel like I haven't got the right number of books. Maybe it's because they're in my inventory in a different order. Again, a bit weird to be having an inventory as a cat. And I preferred it before I had one. It was a lot more simple. Life was more simple without my inventory. Inventory. I don't even know how to say the fucking word, so... Momo, me old China. Let me show you. There's Doc's, Momo's, Clementine's. Let me keep... Oh, I've got Zalazar's there. It's just... There's a sheet music in the way. That's all. Let me show you this one. It's number 2. He's very wise, this Zalzabar. I'm going to have to call him my own name because I can't pronounce it, but Baltazar. Zabaltazar. Oh, there's Doc's notebook then. How do you like these apples? Who's on the verge of a great... always on the verge of a great discovery. I get it. Nice, interesting. What about... I found all of them, yeah. The transceiver can be repaired. That's incredible. We can communicate outside of the slums. He's going to help me get up there. Let's fix this piece of junk. At some point, I'm going to need some wire knitted into a costume. Because I know how to do that. Et voila. It works. He knows French. Not loads of French, just the odd word. Come with me. Will do. Certainly will do. If I install the transceiver at the very top of the tower... Yep. Got it. Oh, I've got to evade the Zerks. Okay, I don't like the idea of that, but let's see what goes on then. So I've got to get to the top of something. What? I'm looking up. Up there, I'm guessing, where those blue lights, it might be that. It said get to the top of the tower and do the transceiver, and then he bumped me out here, and where's the... Or is it that tower? It's not that tower over there in the distance. Like, where do you want me going now? It all seemed like it was all moving in the right direction then. He just bumped me out the door and now I'm here. Is there a ladder here? Cats can't do ladders. I want to get in the bucket. I'll get in the bucket. Who set up the buckets and why? Mary had a little lamb. Mary had a little lamb. She also had a bucket. No, Mary had a little lamb. She kept it in a bucket. And every time the lamb got out, the bulldog tried to... Alright. Meow. Attract. Meow to attract enemies. I fucking... No thanks. What? That seems like a... What? Why do I want to attract them? I don't want to attract them. If anything, I'd rather they fucked right off. Now I'm going to die. No. Oh, I don't like this. I liked it when it was all puzzles and... You know, cute. Now I'm getting eaten by these horrible bug things, and I've got to use my brain to work out. All of a sudden, I'm thrown into it like. I feel like Darkside. I feel like DSB. All of a sudden, I'm thrown into a strategic combat situation where I have to actually use my brain and play like a proper player, and I fucked it up. Right, so I don't know where I'm supposed to be going. That's the problem. I can see what I'm supposed to do is create. You know, there's a. I can't get through because they're in the way, so I meow, they chase me, I run them around the garden path, and then I get where I want to go. Got ya. But where is it that I want to go? That's the problem I've got. I'm obviously going to have to run out here. And then in this big circle. That's fine. Where do I even want to go? Oh god. That was close then. I felt that then. I felt the stress then. I'm assuming they can't get up and climb up behind me, yeah? Okay, so... Once you're up, you're safe. So it's little islands of safety in betwixt the threat of horrible, nasty, horrible... I got you. Where am I even going? Up. Can I not cap my way up there? Not allowed to cap my way up there. For some reason. Because it wants me to cap my way over here. Will do. Oh, I can hear noises, which make me worried. I really don't like those horrible eating me things. There's more of them. Right, okay. Merry dance. Pied Piper of Hamelin it is. Thankfully I don't have a stamina bar. I just got to keep moving, trying to get to the top, haven't I? And just follow the flow. Don't think, just feel. Be like water. The city's full of neon. It wasn't always this way. There used to be strict energy caps, especially in the slums. It's answering my question, but people couldn't handle the constant darkness. One day someone lit up rainbow lamps, neon signs all over their house. That person was taken away and never seen again. But people saw hope, and not long after, everyone started putting lots of lights in their homes. There was nothing the oppressors could do. It was a way for people to see colours again, like on the outside. I think it helped. Well, they could have cut the power off. New memory, and that was the memory. That one recovered the memory. All the other signs that we've seen, no joy, but that one recovered your memory. Excuse me. My tummy might start rumbling, and if it does, that's a sign that I need my dinner. I think we're okay to push on a bit at the moment, though. Hello, Luna Laura. How's my stream going? This stream specifically is a joy. This is unseen to me, so I've saved it for Christmas special. And yeah, it's a joy. I am a cat owner, as you can see. There's a fatty catty above my head there. And yeah, I'm really, really enjoying it. Yeah, that's the best way to describe it. It's not the most it's not the most joyful game I've ever. It's like there's a lot of crime and it's got a bit of a mean streets feel in a way, hasn't it? In some spaces, but it's a real joy. Yeah, this is. I've not yet felt really frustrated or. I was just saying, it's about going with the flow in a way, isn't it? The game offers enough challenge to make you feel like you're engaged in thinking about what's going on, but elegant solutions to puzzles using environmental objects that's really just quite beautiful. Pace now and balance feels quite right. I don't like that grotesque stuff ahead of me though. Ugh. I'm not jumping down there. I'm gonna have to clean my feet. I'm gonna have to jump down here. Ugh. Meow. Off we go. Classic cat into the boxes. This is a bit grimy, a bit grotesque. I didn't know that I was going to encounter this sort of stuff. Not 100 with that. It's not very Christmassy. And these little bug things, I didn't know there was going to be baddies in the game like that. Where do I want to go? I guess I want to go out there, don't I? I can't go through the... Can I? Can't activate that, can I? Or can I? Hack door. Well, I don't want to. These will come out and kill me. Alright, let's go for it though. It will hack the door. Oh, I see, look. Very clever. Oh no, they're after me now. Oh, they can jump on there. Like that. But now they're... No, let me jump. Now they're on that side. And I've got some freedom. I feel like I'm Danger Cat now. Danger Cat. Danger Mouse. It's very Cronenberg. That's all I can think. Videodrome. Disgusting. Which of you two doesn't know how to clean the human flesh off the exterior of the buildings after you've been for a shit? Disgusting. What is that? All that stuff. I imagine it will all come out in the wash. I mean, the story will elucidate me further later. I'd rather not have to deal with it now, though. It's disgusting. Where do I want to go? Hack that door? Let me in? No. Up. Up me. What about that? Go on then, Catty. Well, good idea, Mr. Catty. Jones the cat. This is not good. Someone's going to need to go over this place with a mop and bucket. Do I have to jump off into that? Ugh. It's making me feel... It reminds me of a game called Alien Storm for the Sega Genesis Mega Drive. That in the final parts of the game, you're inside the alien spaceship, and it's all horrible like this. It's all made of flesh. Long live the new flesh. Okay, so things there that want to kill me. An obstacle course. They can't necessarily negate the obstacles as easily as I can, and I want to get somewhere. And I think I want to go in that corner over there. So let's give it a whirl. Hello, everyone. Oh, they can totally get over that. Right. Fucked. I'm fucked. I'm a dead cat. I'm a dead cat. Disgusting. It's so easy to get killed by them. The woolly bears. I'm an ex-cat. Hey, Luna Laura. I did answer your question, didn't I? I'm worried then that I didn't answer your question. No, I totally said, hey, how's my stream? Yeah, I totally just... I felt like I had like a brain fart then. Like maybe I didn't say everything I'd said for the last 20 minutes, but no, I definitely did, didn't I? I am actually surprised it has this element to it. It creates some jeopardy, yes, absolutely. But I thought I was in for a charming puzzle game. I didn't realise there was this grotesque aspect to it. So is this still my favourite choice as a future Christmas game? I was saying at the start of the stream, right? What do you think about this, Luna Laura? Do you think that there should be some games that are Christmas games? That are like made for Christmas? Do you have Christmas films? You have Christmas songs? Do you have Christmas games? If you're watching this back on YouTube, pop it in the chat. Let me know. Should we have Christmas games? For me, this was going to be a Christmas game, but I suppose they look a bit like lights, don't they? Christmassy lights. Those buboes. Oh, right. I'm in. Taking my life in my hands again. They're coming at me on top. I haven't got... No, I'm dead. I'm a dead cat. They come at you very quickly on top of that thing. I didn't think they'd be able to get up there that quick. I don't really know what my supposed strategy here is now. I feel a bit like an... It's funny because we critique Phil for being bad at games. So I should... and I'm not like a full-on detractor. I'm just a content creator that does some... Maybe does some detractor content sometimes, but I feel a bit like him now. I'm thinking, do I just jump on that thing and just run through it? Or am I supposed to attract them over here and then run through it? If I attract them, they kind of kill me. So I'd rather stealth it. I don't think I've got a stealth option. It told me to sort of like attract their attention. If I run down there, they kill me, but I need to get... Shit, no, they're coming now, Just go for it. Jeez. Yeah, that was correct. Just peg it. Don't think. Feel. Be like water. From where am I streaming? Stray's fine. I was here because I look to play it in the future. Definitely play it. Definitely have a good go on it. I think it's got a lovely feel to it. It's got a lovely feel. A lot of games you could judge them by the... I'm streaming from the UK. I'm in Stratford-upon-Avon, the centre of England. A lot of games you might feel are good because of story, narrative, mechanics. This game's good because of the feel, and it's hard to explain. It's a lot like, does something taste and yummy? It's really fun to control the cat. The vibe of the game is really strong. The atmosphere. You know, I'll tell you what it's like. You know, some films you should see at the cinema, people say, don't they? It's like that. It's like you're in a film more than playing a game. I doubt it's got endless replayability to it myself. It feels like once you've worked out what you're doing, you know, you've worked it out, but certainly has a heavy vibe. I have quite good followers. Thanks. I don't really, the thing I hope for the most is engagement. What you're doing now, talking to me on stream, is better than any amount of followers. Engagement on streams is you know, is important. We also have a YouTube channel, and I upload to YouTube and stream on YouTube. So, like, my main thing is that I do. Just going to go away from these horrible things while I'm talking to you because they make that horrible noise. My main thing is that I stream on YouTube, do lives, and make content over there that's of a slightly more serious nature sometimes. It can be fun as well. We have a lot of fun. But recently we've been doing some podcasts on YouTube, and we're going to be doing more in the new year. And I do some daytime streams on YouTube, but all the gameplay I put on Twitch because, you know, play games on Twitch, don't we? So I've been told even by my YouTube audience they don't want to see me playing games, they'd rather watch my serious talking. So I'm Ganji Kid on YouTube, you can find me, and on that there's a button that says channels, and there's like 4 or 5 channels that we run. So you know, find all my other content through that and have a look. Thanks. That's followers and subs and things like that. But here it's and on those streams it's nice to have people talk and interact, and you know, I could make a video, I could play this on my own and just make a video, but the talking, interacting, the live bit is quite nice, isn't it? So yeah, I'm having a good time. I am actually, yeah, I rate Stray. I'm only thus far into it. I don't know how far I am into it, but up to this point, my rating system is a game is really good. You've got an A, you've got your 10 out of 10. But if you start fucking up and annoying me, then you lose points. Up to now, Stray has only lost maybe 1 point, and that was because it's so lovely and beautiful, immersive, and then there's that A prompt there. Press A to jump on that. That should just be in cat graphics or something. You know, just that letter A there to jump on that. I mean, it's useful, it's handy, and you need to see it, but if it was just maybe, you know, like a cat vision that I had, and it looked like it belonged in the game instead of just the letter A on a white screen, on a white background, that would be nicer. But other than that, it's really good, yeah, really enjoying it. 4 or 5 channels, yeah. Different kinds of content in slightly different spaces. Some of them are just clips channels, but ASMR is its own channel. Battery Exhausted is like my B-side channel for anything I want to do. And Ganji Kid is going to be the main podcasting, and I say serious chat. I mess about and have fun. We have fun, so it's not just serious, but, you know, like long form, 3-hour episode podcasty sort of things. And I will upload this to one of those channels at some point. I'll probably upload Stray to the main channel. I don't know which channel I'm going to upload to. It's part of my Christmas special, so I'll probably edit the whole playthrough and put it up there somewhere as well. Although next year we're coming to the point where we want to hire an editor. I need to get monetized and hire an editor. That's what I need to do. And then when we get there, things are going to start really happening. I kind of want to go in there just because all these chuffers are in there. But what do you think? Looks like a mistake, doesn't it? I'll go in there and I'll get killed. I'm good at giving reviews. Thank you. Thanks. I like to think about things carefully, and I really respect computer games as an art form. I think the people that make them are really interesting and intelligent people. And like, this is going to sound a bit weird. Actually, I'll run over here and say it. Well, they're not squeaking at me, but anyone can paint a picture. I know this is going to sound a bit weird because like, I'm not dissing people who paint pictures, right? I'm not like having a go at. I'm not having a go at people who paint pictures, right? But anyone can sort of paint a picture and be good at it. Yeah, you know, lots of people can. It takes skill and it takes talent, maybe, but what it takes to be able to do this. Like, to be able to create a computer game, okay, it's a team effort, but first of all, you have to sort of learn to code, don't you? You have to be into the computers enough to learn to code. I think that takes some intelligence. I think it takes not just skill and art and talent, but you have to work at it, you have to learn it, you have to be intelligent and apply yourself to the intelligence. You have to apply your intelligence to the task. So I think the people that make computer games, they're quite smart people, and then on top of that, they've got these other ideas and, you know, art and design and music, and there's all these other things, these things that I love, like the art things. So I think computer games, like films in a way, but with films you don't have to be that smart to look through a camera. Like, once you can look through a camera and say, oh, that's where it looks right, you know, you don't have to be that smart to figure that out. But with this, like, creating all this, you've got to be quite the smart chuffer. I'm impressed. And so the people that make video games and the stuff that is made within video games, I think it's really good. So yeah, I like to think about it and give it a good deal of respect. With most stuff, and especially indie games. So I think what's happening here is I've got to let them out. And then I've got to jump up there. I don't know why, but I think I need to jump up here. Do I need the barrel, do you think? I don't even know. It's just that they're all in here. So I feel like I should... Maybe I can lock them out once I've done that. Feels like the puzzle involves them. Those little bad chuffers that kill me. Over here... It's just... This is horrible. Oh, I can remember this. Okay, I'll remember this. Neocorp. They were responsible for waste management. They've done a really bad job, obviously. As trash from the upper levels overloaded the slums, they tried to develop a bacteria to dissolve it all. After the humans disappeared, that bacteria mutated, growing, eating way more than trash. And now we have the Zerks. Would you mind if I show you some of my art on Discord? No, absolutely, I'd be interested, yeah. We have a Discord. I don't know if you've managed to... I don't know... How do I... I've got to open the fucking thing now. Let's open the Discord. I can't promise that I'll always be on there, you know, replying to everything. It's not like I've got it on my phone pinging at me. But Discord exists. Now I can hear my own voice, because I've opened Discord. Thanks, Discord. Ganji stream server. Invite people. Copy that. Paste that. If I just paste that. Copy that. And paste that. There you go. And you can join the Discord there, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Of course, right now I'm playing Stray. And like I said, I've got it open on the desktop, so I'll probably have a look at the end after I've finished playing Stray. I'm going to not finish Stray in one go today, and we're going to have another couple of streams of this, but, you know, in between doing this and getting my dinner, I'll have a look. But, as I say to everyone, I'm not, you know, we've got a Discord, it's good to be able to share stuff on there, but don't be worried if I'm not replying, you know, because, like, I'm not on there every day. But I do go on there periodically to have a look. Okay, this is going to kick off now, and I'm going to be alright on this. I know exactly what to do. You're hacking the door, I'm running. They're out. Come on then, you chuffers. I'm over this. No, 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 I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm laughing because it is kind of funny the way you get hit by those things, but also it's gruesome and horrible, and I don't want to be dead, so I need to pull my shit together and do this properly. First time, every time. Alright, where am I now? Why am I here? I'm all the way back here, okay. Be like water, I said. I've got it when those things aren't running after me. I've got it then. Right. Hack the door. They all know I'm here now. They're all after me now. Go on, cat. Up there. And now, for the piece de la resistance, I'm going to close the door off. Please. Please close the door. Thanks. Now I'm safe. Okay. I'm in here. Do I want the door open? Do I want the barrel out of here? Like, what's going on? I've got in here. That was definitely, you know, definitely on the agenda. On the agenda, Brenda. And what's the plan, Stan? Maybe I unhack the door? No, I feels really wrong to unhack the door. My naming channel is kind of funny. Yeah. Oh yeah, I do want this out here, don't I? Okay, quick. Cheeky cat. Oh, here we go. Cheeky cat. They've conveniently left those girders hanging before they... Oh dear. This looks dangerous. Did they jump off then and miss me and fall down the holes? They're falling down the holes. That's actually good. Fall down the holes, you chuffers. Go on. Down the holes, you bad chuffers. Yes! Now how many of them are there? Not many. I'm quite enjoying letting them fall down the holes. Okay, that's quite enough of that. Super cat, like I'm like a spy cat. I'm like a stealth cat. Your name is Bold Child. I've got really good hair. Thanks. It's all falling out as well, though. Everyone's hair does. Okay, that looks nice that I've done that, but I don't like these things chasing after me. That's the worst, so I'm going to run away from them, hopefully, and jump. No. Felt like I might have been pressing jump there, but, well... We're in a situation now. You alright, doggy? We've got cat cam on today. We've got the camera on the cat. Just, can I move that slightly? Oh, I shouldn't start messing with that yet. Not like that. I can do it this way. We haven't got a dog cam though. The dog is also in the room. But we've got the catty on cam today because, of course, playing Stray. He's having a sleepies. The doggy is just down here as well. Being a good boy. I see him. Could you do it right down there? He's making some noises. So I press this thing, the elevator comes down, that's fine. But it takes time to come down. And when it comes down, these chuffers all come trying to eat me. Can I get up high and avoid them? Not really. Not really. I could run them in a circle around that. Like a figure of 8 pattern. I liked it before when they were falling off here. So can I just jump that? I liked it if they're jumping off there to their demise. So we're just going to have to go for it. We're going to have to just do our best. But I should be able to get one of these puzzles the first time. Not this one. Okay, here they come. You little chuffers. Come on then. Right, they're after me now. Some of them came around this way. That's a problem. No, it's me. I was pressing the wrong button. I didn't press the jump button. I pressed the B button. It's me. I think it's because I'm used to playing on a Super Nintendo. You know, what do I know what B is? You tell me press B. I don't know what B is. I haven't picked up the controller for like 6 months. I've been playing on PC for the last 6 months. All of a sudden you want me to press B. Right, come on then. Let's have it. Merry dance, that's the plan. A merry dance. Little chuffers. There's loads of them. Ah, that was me. I did it again. I did it again. It was my fault again. I pressed B instead of A. Oh, My tummy is... that's my official warning for dinner now. My tummy's rumbling, so I should consider myself nearly at dinner time. I just jump it there, look. I just jump it there. Just jump it here, just to show that I can do it. And then under the heat and the pressure of the moment, I'll press the wrong button again. You ready? I only need one button. Come on then, you little chuffers. See, I did it then. No, no! God! Got one on my head. Let's not... let's not go through that again. Right, come on, you chuffers. Why are there so many? Back round in a circle. They're there at the other side when I jump. This is... Oh, I'm just not trying hard enough. Come on. I'm just not trying hard enough. Here we go. This is the one. Cannot be defeated. One button to rule them all. Yeah, I'm definitely more used to the Nintendo layout, yeah. Like, if you instinctively tell me which button's what, I would... I know where my A, B, X, Y, up, down, left, right are. Street Fighter. Go, cat. I've got them now, I've got them now. I'm trying now, look. I'm trying now. I've got them now. Open that lift for me, open that lift for me. Get me in that lift, get me... Oh, I've got to go around again. No. Got them now, got them. Come on, you little piggins. Right, get me in that lift. Is it open? It's not open. Okay, I've got to go up the side, and in. Yes! Jeremy Clarkson. Yes! Look at them all up the sides. Ugh, disgusting. Disgusting. Which one of you doesn't know how to use the... I've got to flush the chain on it. This cat has got itself in the right predicament. The Wii U... Did I like it or not? It's hard to say if I liked it, because it was quite dependent on the way the game used it. Like, some games really utilised it and was... What's going on now? Captain can't get out. Hang on, I'll tell you all about the controllers in just a second when I can get my cat out of this situation. What? Can't your little robot help me? No. I can get on there. I can get on there. Oh, I'm alright. I'm away. So, yeah, my favourite controller, I suppose, is the N64. With, I know people think it's weird these days with the stick in the middle, but that was the first time I had a thumbstick. So that was like the best controller. And then the GameCube didn't necessarily improve on it. Maybe it did. Maybe the GameCube is the best controller. I mean, it's hard to say, isn't it? I didn't like the C-stick and change of button mapping on the right-hand side there, but... You know, GameCube. Nowadays, they're all the Super Nintendo controller with just thumbsticks. That's what they've gone for, isn't it? They've just copied the Super Nintendo. But they've changed the number. A, B, X, Y are in the wrong... Don't know why. But, yeah, certainly not the PlayStation controller. And that's never been my favourite. Always felt that was the most simplistic and cheapest of all of them, in that it just had all the basic buttons and sticks. That was it. A bit like the Xbox controller. I thought like all the Nintendo ones are brilliant in different ways, aren't they? The Pro controller was pretty good, but for my hands, I got kind of big hands, and I never felt with the Switch. I still haven't felt there's been a Switch controller that fits my hands properly. But when I was younger, the Super Nintendo controller was the right size. Should have one in the drawer. Obviously it's attached to a pair of headphones, but there's a Super Nintendo controller. It's actually attached to it. There it goes. Unplugged it. The Super Nintendo controller, that's the best controller. I mean, that is. Everything else above that, yeah, it sticks, but that's the best controller. Yeah, all the other stuff is important. More LNRs, more thumbsticks, but they haven't changed. Like, they've still got everything from this, A, B, X, Y, in the other. You still got everything there. That was the controller, wasn't it? And it was between that and the Sega Genesis with its 3 buttons. And this is better. That's the best controller, yeah. I mean, it's not. You wouldn't want that nowadays for all your games, but that's still. It doesn't matter. You can't have any of your controllers unless you had this. So, yeah, that's definitely the best controller. But I think if I was only allowed to keep one and, you know, use it forever, I would probably go with the N64. And the Wii touchscreen, the Wii U, the touchscreen, it could have been so much. Like, there were some games where it was like almost vital, and it was like Zelda was good on it, wasn't it? But then I remember, was Xenoblade? Did Xenoblade not use it properly? Or there was a couple of games where it was just like you had this screen in front of you that did nothing, and I was playing on a great big sandwich of a controller. So, yeah, if you ask me, I'm gonna pick the in reverse order. No, in first place is the N64, and then second place is the GameCube, and then third place is the SNES. But that's not because you want to play on those in that order. I used to have an 8-bit DO that was the same as a SNES controller, and that was really good for Switch. There's a lot of games that you don't need all that extra stuff. If you're playing Smash as well, then oh yeah, we've got the European one, and there's the American one, isn't there? I forgot about that, and the Famicom and all that business, yeah. But that's why they got the colour scheme on here, isn't it? That's where they got the idea from on the Xbox. They didn't pick that up from nowhere. They just totally ripped it off. So it is the controller. That's the way I think of the SNES controller. It's the controller, and then the others are just additions, imitations, changes upon the theme. But yeah, you want. When I was a kid as well, I wanted a joystick. You know, the games that we used to play on the Spectrum that had joystick. It was like a keyboard and joystick setup. So as a kid, you always imagined you would have like a gaming arcade joystick in your house, like Phil does. But I never got that. I could get one now if I wanted one. Controllers are funny things as well when you think about it, because other game developers do think about it. In the main, you've all got the same basic controller. Everyone's going to have access to up, down, left, right, A, B, X, Y. But you can control it with a steering wheel, or you can control it with a fucking hat. Like, you know, you can control things with many different options, and we've settled on, as humans, pressing the buttons. And even if you've got a mouse and a keyboard and a control, it's very much in your hands pressing these buttons, isn't it? I've got a VR setup, and the controllers for the VR. Oh, where is it? It's over there. But the controllers for the VR have got little joysticks and buttons on them for your hands. So it's interesting the way you can go anywhere with that concept, and we always come back to the same sort of things. Would you mind if I make something for your stream, like logos or overlays? I will be generously grateful and appreciative of it. However, I don't use a lot of overlays and things for my stream, so I don't want anyone to feel that I would like graciously accept submissions, but you can't expect me to definitely use them simply because they've been submitted, because I generally don't have them. So it's just another thing for me to think about and fuck up on OBS. But yeah, by all means, like I don't feel bad about that. If it's your thing that you do, if it's like a business thing that you do and you're trying to, you know, get promotion and stuff like that, I would advise you do it with somebody who's a bigger streamer, because like you might not get the exposure you're looking for. The one thing I am looking for is emojis for my chat. That's something that, you know, if you wanted to submit something that I could definitely use, then an interesting emoji or two. And I'm not saying I'm promising to use them, but I'd like to find some emotions that we can put across in chat. that are a bit different. And like, you know, where I'm talking about art here, I really would like ours to be quite artistic in a way. I don't know, to have some feeling and meaning, and not just be like a picture of a cake. But he sent some of the emojis. Okay, that's cool then. Yeah, I'll have a look at them. That's something I could probably, you know, actually put into action and use. I'm going to put the transceiver on the antenna, it says. So I'm going to do that now. Am I? Oh, just there, yeah, okay. And thank you. That's really great. You know, really nice of you. What am I doing? Transceiver. I'll be, you know, straight up about it though. Like, if people keep coming to me and saying like, "Oh, do you want music for your stream, or do you want theme for your stream?" I'm trying to do it as a business. Like, I won't be that like, what's the word? I won't be that open to like constant barrage of stuff like that. Like, if anyone else is watching the stream and thinks, like, let's send him loads of stuff, I definitely, as a content creator, as a media, you know, I'm going to say this stuff now. As a media producer and as a content creator, I definitely have ideas and visions of my own, and I've made like a couple of documentary films. I've been part of one that went on Netflix, and one I made on my own that didn't go on Netflix, but you can see it on the channel Ganji Kid indie film, indie game development documentary. It's on there. So I got like ideas and visions. The reason we don't have emojis is because I haven't. It's not because I haven't had the time. It's because I haven't put enough effort and energy into doing that. But I'm open to people's submissions and things like that and all that, you know, absolutely. But how do I explain this? I think I already have a sort of like feel in my mind as to the theme and feel of what like if I see it and I'm like, that's right, that's the sort of thing, great. But it might be not. It might be that I don't use it. 80% of things that people send and suggest in terms of artworks and things like that. Like the other one, I want to say this, but I don't want to say this in a way because it's a sort of homogenized uniform thing that people do. But you know, like the people have an avatar of their face, and it's like a cartoon anime picture of their face, and they use that as their profile picture, but it doesn't look like their face because like, it's like eventually after everyone gets that done, then all the faces look very similar and cartoony, and like when you actually look at the people, you're like, you know what, like, you don't really look like your cartoon picture. It's very flattering, your cartoon picture. Like, so I'm not saying that I would want like a very accurately grizzled version of my face, like, because like, you know, I wouldn't look like my anime avatar might look better than me, might look sanitized in some way, you know, not as ugly. So I just don't want to go there with that. I just don't want to be it's funny that in some ways little purple lights and, you know, LEDs and streaming, you know, there are some uniform things that come through that most of us do. I've used my lights to create a green screen, but on the cat shot, you know, you've got a little purple light there. You know, there's some things that I'm quite happy to follow the norms, and other ways I look at things and say, okay, that's what everyone's doing. I'd quite like to be a bit different. Do you know what I mean? Like, I'd quite like to be a bit different. And I haven't seen any of your work, so I don't know anything about it, but I'm just talking from my perspective here. Like, if I were to choose an avatar, or choose an overlay, or choose a branding sort of image. If I were to choose some sort of branding imagery, then I'd definitely like it to not be like the other people's branding imagery, because although it's probably more people than me, most people don't think like me, do they? So most people would not make this decision, but I'd probably choose to be a bit different in some way, I think. Having said that, I've got a mushroom from Mario as my current placeholder, haven't I, for that image. That image that I've got, the Ganji Kid mushroom with the grass growing out his hair, is just something I did. A sequence of mushrooms as like an art project, just mushrooms, pixel art. You know, trying to create some pixel art on a theme. Mushrooms. And so that one got there. That one ended up there. But I haven't chosen I'm not at the stage of my creating of a stream and a brand and stuff like that yet that I've thought about that. So. We haven't got the emojis, we haven't got anything like that. We've just got a sort of placeholder imagery at the moment. If we can work towards monetization and hit the 1,000 subs, then once I hit 1,000 subs, I need to think about that more carefully. But up to now, it's just placeholder, and I'm trying to build the content itself more than the branding around it. Thanks. I could share pictures and animated characters so you could make them like that. But I guess what I'm saying is that if they exist, then I probably don't want them. It's kind of, would you want a cartoon picture of myself? Yeah, no, I don't think I would. Like, the fact that there's so many people that have that already just precludes me from wanting it. It kind of makes me sound like a contrarian in a way. And in some ways, there are things that everyone does that I'm like, all right, that looks good, I'll do that as well. Sensible, follow what's really, I mean, we're having a conversation about something different from the cat game here, so I might end the cat game and just talk about this at the end of the stream now. So we're at a good point in the cat game. Hang on. This was meant to be a shelter, so fine. They look like stars, but they're only lights marking the hermetic roof ceiling off the city. I get that. Humankind built this shell to protect themselves from the outside, but it came at a cost. Nobody can go out. Okay. The outside was a disaster, completely barren, unlivable and dangerous. But if you come from there, you must mean it's safe again. And my promise wasn't just to go to the outside; it was to open the city. Oh, we've got to save everyone. I don't understand why memories aren't coming back. Why some memories are coming back and others aren't. But I'm certain now this is my purpose. I have to open the city. Wow, we're going to be the savior of the universe. Come on, let's go back and find Momo. Okay, got it. New thing recovered. And this is a good point to alight. We've done a good solid 3.5 hours of this, and I'm going to talk some more at the end of stream now about some slightly different things. But I'm going to just find a way to escape, and this will be a checkpoint, so that'll be fine. If I quit to the main menu, that'll be fine. Yeah. I'm coming to the end of the stream now, and after I've had my tummy's rumbling and stuff, and I might come back on and play more tonight, or do a different game tonight. I haven't got any set agenda, but the agenda is coming, and I wanted to talk about just finishing off by looking at some of these things. So I've got so many fucking windows. How come you've got the window on screen that I can't find the window? Show me the window. There's the window. Okay, Christmas music can come back. And if I were to show you, for example, my YouTube channel. So yeah, I haven't got any particular branding. I've got the Chuffers bit at the top and the picture. Would I want a cartoon avatar picture of myself? And the question, and I was saying about homogenization of the medium and being a streamer. Okay, so when streaming first got started, I'm going to use Wreckful for this. God rest his soul. Let's go back and look over some Wreckful. God rest his soul. He was one of the originators. You could maybe put Ice Poseidon in this, maybe Ice Poseidon should be considered more of an originator on this front. But let's go right back. So they were playing World of Warcraft, weren't they? And, Twitch. Twitch was in its early stages, I guess. Maybe this isn't even the earliest. 10 years ago. Obviously, before Twitch, you had Justin TV and people were making content and rah. But I just want to, have a look at some of these pieces and talk about what I'm talking about. We're going to have to sit through an advert. I don't know why Wreckful's content is still this extremely monetized, because he's dead. But rest in peace, Wreckful.
I just got finished playing Demo Lock Resto Druid 2s.
Well, that's what I'm fighting against right now. Did you own everyone?
You're gonna win, guaranteed, because, well, you're not gonna lose. That's
so
guaranteed.
They're playing games on stream, aren't they? And I'm citing Wreckful for this because Wreckful was one of the first people to be popular on the medium, and he popularized the medium, and he did some things that were different. Wreckful was one of the first people he invented text to donation speech. Like, I think Twitch didn't have a donation system. Wreckful basically, created one for himself through PayPal, and the text speech on stream and stuff like that. So Recful was playing World of Warcraft. You know, Twitch was about games, wasn't it? And playing games. But then it also became something else. These clips, or have we got actual streams? Recful at dinner with Jenna. I think that we probably don't want to see Recful and Jenna, maybe. I want to see an IRL stream. Obviously Hearthstone, Miss Lethal. Recful just, you know, talking. Recful's first time playing Hearthstone.
Being here so fast, you guys somehow got here instantly. That's pro and shit. So you guys get to see the free cards. You know what I'm saying?
Something that's really interesting here. You know, you can see, look, the chat's on screen because he's opened it in a dashboard thing and he's put it on screen. And like Recful's creating the norms of streams that we use today. Like you're talking in chat on a stream because Recful brought his chat onto the thing, and like not on his own, but you know, as a group of people, the early streamers create the format the way we see it today. He's even doing some things wrong that we would change today, like you would have him face into the frame. But I kind of wanted to get onto the IRL thing, and the point I was going to make, even with this stuff though, to be into this back then, you had to be specifically into it, and you had to have the kit and the know-how to stream. It wasn't that easy to do. Let's just find a Recful IRL stream. Anyone will do, really. So then this next thing of streaming in real life, you know, going out with your phone and videoing yourself while you're talking to people and being out in the world. Fucking adverts, it's terrible, isn't it? It is quite terrible because I'm talking about memorialising someone, talking in the, like, memorialising Recful, and the advertising is spoiling the content. But
he's opening it. What if it actually Nelly? Oh man, hold up.
Don't film it. She's gonna think there's something wrong with it.
Oh god, she got the
got chat on the screen now.
You got your period. She thought that was for me.
Bless him. So my point is here that if you're into it and you know what you're doing, and you've got to be smart enough to run the technology a little bit, you can get into streaming, you know. But things are different these days. When they did this, you couldn't go in the shops and buy what you needed for an IRL stream setup. But these days, if you go on Amazon, you can IRL stream, and you can buy all this stuff, like just off Amazon. Cameras and kit. There's actually maybe a better example, IRL stream. I want to put computer. It's not a computer. It's an actual thing. It's a live view solo. I've talked about this on stream before. This is something I'd like to get myself. You know, I want to be able to go out and just do a random live stream, don't I? For 860 quid as a minimum base. I want to go out and be able to just do a random live stream, not just off your phone these days, but 2 phone providers. And I'm not using the phones, I'm just using the SIM cards in the dongle there to link up to the Wi-Fi. So I can use this powerful computer box. Plus, that can run my camera through it, and I might even have another router attached for Wi-Fi. So basically, I've got 3 sorts of internet provider, and I've got my cameras and all this. 860 quid plus your 2 phones worth of internet. So it runs quite a cost to be able to just do your basic on your back live stream setup. Bit more professional, isn't it? Bit more professional these days. But it's available on Amazon. It's all just out there. So it's become buy it off the shelf. Whereas what was happening when Recful and people were doing it that was so interesting to us as the audience, I think, was it was ingenuity. I know you can just do it on your phone, you know, but there was an ingenuity about it, wasn't it? Wasn't there? There was a newness, an inventiveness that was going on, creating this medium. And I think Recful wasn't the only one, of course. Like And I mean, Ice Poseidon's not a very nice chuffer, is he? But these earlier 5 years ago, I'm thinking longer than 5 years ago, but let's just hit this one. Pokemon made it all take off, didn't it? But they were doing it before Pokemon. But going around with the phone and the bag on your back with the kit that's doing your stream, and there was like it felt like they were breaking ground and doing something different. And the content itself wasn't the thing that they were doing that was different. It was that they were out there with these means and mechanisms to real life stream. That felt like something quite different. Why am I talking about all this? Like I say, is because we've got to a point now where you can go in the shops. So I can go on Amazon, and not in a terrible way, not in an awful way. Like I'm not slating this. I'm saying it might not be for me though. Yeah, but a lot of it is for me, but it might not be for me. I can write streamer on Amazon, and it will show me not party streamers like this, which it will, showing me party streamers, but it will actually start showing me like kit like I want to use, won't it? Because now, if you want to do what I'm doing on the internet, then you need 2 monitors like that, your speakers, your desk, you've got your keyboard. You don't need speakers, your headphones, but you can go and buy it off Amazon. Like all the things I need to be a streamer, I can go and buy off Amazon. Now, Wreckful and Ice Poseidon and the early doers, the people that broke the new ground, they didn't have Elgato, like providing all this wonderful kit. It's a lot easier for me than it was for them. So that's good, yeah, absolutely good. But if everyone buys an Elgato face cam, then everyone's content has the same camera angle. So now all of a sudden we're all using the same camera. It happens in industry that everyone uses the same thing when it's really good. It becomes ubiquitous. Trying to think of something like microphones are probably a good example. You might see many people using the same microphone. I'm probably using a slightly more expensive version of the one that you see a lot of at the moment, the Rode. I've got an NG2 T2 because it was for boom miking while we were on the documentary stuff. I've also got this microphone which I really love, and I suppose I'm a bit of a hipster vintage idiot for buying this in a way, but this is a ribbon microphone. We're not using it today, but it's a really nice microphone. It's a ribbon microphone. It gives me some trouble where I plug the thing in because I dropped it. It goes sometimes, but it's a really nice microphone. But you will not see anyone else on the internet using that. The Sigma Sontronic, the Sontronics Sigma. You won't see many people on Twitch using that. Yeah, it's more expensive. It's more difficult to operate, to maintain, and it probably is. I wouldn't buy that now today with today's choices, but I bought it back then when I was making music. It's much better. If you're going to record string instruments, you want that. I'm not recording string instruments. Anyway, what I'm saying is that back then, when they were creating these live streams, Wreckful and those people, they were choosing they were making up their own choices, and they were choosing from a smaller bunch of options. It's all a lot easier to do now. That's fine, that's good. We can all get a microphone, we can all get a cam link, we can all get onto the internet and stream. So then the next step is you stream from your bedroom, and I'm going to use me as an example here now because I think it's only fair to give myself some shit. If you look at my channel and you go to the videos on Gravekipper, because we started on Twitch first, uploading to YouTube, and then we started streaming on YouTube as well. But if I scroll all the way down to the bottom, then my first couple of streams that I did was I was in the other room. I was using cheap kit off Amazon, the Get You Started cheap kit. It doesn't look that good, does it? I haven't even got a hat on. My hair hasn't even been done. It's a bit frizzy. And I've got old headphones. I just wanted to see that I could live stream, that it worked as like a proof of concept. And then we started improving the kit step by step, as many people do. Yeah, as many people do. So as I improved, I did some of the same sort of things that other people do. If I find, I just want one that's a bit more normal. I mean, this I'm talking, and I've got a screen of colour behind me, but I've got the screen of colour because I bought one of those lights off Amazon. You know, the lights that can make the different colours. So now the room is blue. I'm in a different room, but the room is blue because of the light choice. I can choose the light. I can change the light choice. If I show you that on Amazon, it is LED floodlight. It's this thing. I'm pretty sure everyone has these. You know, maybe not everyone. Maybe people go for that small LED strip, but because I know a little bit about lighting, I wanted, you know, power, not like a little corner of the room. I wanted power. Still, this is not even that powerful, but it does the job for the little rooms I'm in. But yeah, I'm sure a lot of people are using these now. Like, I didn't invent that. I'm sure lots of people use that for their setup. You know, the LED light setup. I mean, if I do this, if I go Google LED lights streamer, if I press images, you know, this is what everyone's stream setup looks like, isn't it? Like everyone's. Like, I mean, when I say everyone's, I mean everyone's. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's become ubiquitous, but it's become like homogenized. So, like this, I don't have the same number of monitors. I've only got one nice monitor and one old crappy telly. Improving as we go, but that might as well be your setup as my setup as anyone's. I've got the controller, I've got the stream deck. It's the same setup as me. Same LED light, making the same color behind me. Like, same thing. So when we're striving as content creators, we can't sort by oldest video anymore. I'm afraid we're not allowed to anymore on YouTube. Look, videos recently uploaded or popular. I'm not allowed to sort by oldest anymore. Not on mine. Sorry. The thing is, right, what I'm saying is I'm a media producer. I've set up the other end of the room a little bit. Let me just get my obs so I can show you this. You know, we've got the cat on. You've got the cat on the... No signal for the cat for some reason. Why has that gone off? That shouldn't have gone off. Got no idea why that went off. No signal for the cat. Maybe it overheated. If it did, then I'll be pretty cross with it, because it shouldn't. Let me just give you a full screen of that. Edit, transform, reset the transform. That's the whole room there, look. And with the little bit of setup and lighting I've done, you can see I've got one of those lamps lighting the wall. We're going to be using this as a sort of podcasty setup space. Like, at the moment, it's very close to being very similar to what everyone else is doing. It looks very much the same as everyone else's set, almost. Let's bin that off now and you can see me again. So my point here is simply this, that as a content creator and a media producer, it is important that we stand out and have our own character about our content, I believe. In some ways, you're going to follow the norms, because I need to get a microphone and a light and a basic... the reason I need to be illuminating the room one colour, for me, I'm using it as green screen, but if I turn it off and used it as... like you're seeing on the screen there as a background, I pick out me using a light and I do the background. You know, that's basic photography and illumination. It's basic cinematography. So that's why we do it. So it needs to be done. Yeah, it absolutely needs to be done. It's the basics, but everyone's going to get the same basics because they're all going to go on Amazon and they're all going to buy the same basics. So then what we need to start doing is differentiating ourselves as media producers, bringing our own creativity and our own ideas and themes. I'm a bit limited in my room in that I can't really wallpaper that. That wallpaper is there. That's a choice I didn't make. I can't really change much of the... we're on a very wide shot here. You will see it punched in a little bit when you see people sat in there, but you know, it's a small space, quite limited. So lighting choice is an option. Furniture choice is an option. Maybe backgrounds, hanging things, posters, items. The guitar and the sword can go, you know, but you know, there's a few options, but there's not loads of options. But when we're creating our content and our look and our branding and stuff like that, I believe that we should now be striving to... how do I describe this? I don't think we should be striving to break every norm, because some of them are quite useful, some of them work. But we should be thinking outside the box in some... me, for my content, the next steps is not just to go on Amazon and buy it. You know, it's not just to go on, like, type into Google what do streamers do and do it. You know, it's to create something that... and in our content, I suppose the best reflection of this is that my content is quite different from other people's content, really, I think. I think it is. I think it is. If you go to the lives, we've got Thus, which is a podcast about how people think, feel and behave. I critique body language and do a bit of criminal profiling of things like the McCanns and stuff. We're going to get back into the system and the swing of this. I'm going to show you my schedule soon. But I talk about subjects and topics. I go over some of these conspiracy. I do a bit of conspiracy debunk, you could call it. But also, I'm a bit eclectic and a bit... Sex, Respect and Waifus, Kira Kira Star's Idol Project, AI Uncovered. Is Space Fake? Unscripted. Boris and Fallout Guys, Chisora and Pulev get eggy with each other, Eddie Hearn reaction and chat, Tartaria Roundup, E-Girl Simulator, Needy Streamer Overload, Flying Over Assam Valley, Microsoft Flight Simulator, Words on Stream, Charity Edition, we gave £100 to charity. Like there's a variety, there's different things happening. And our more up-to-date content is more this long-form podcasty sort of content, trying to create a bit of a media product, I suppose. On the other channels, I play Genshin Impact, Ganji Impact. It's for my own enjoyment. I don't know where we're going to upload this gameplay of this game today, but Ganji Arts is game reviews. It makes sense, they're edited, they're game reviews. Ganji Cuts is little cuts from the streams, little bits that we talk about, you know, Asmongold TV, Ganji Cuts. ASMR is ASMR, Ganji Clips is clips, Light Horses music, Battery Exhausted is me. Same sort of thing, videos and lives, me doing stuff, streaming, sort of like an archive bin for all the other stuff, all the random, yeah, me. My B-side channel. That's probably where we'll put this Stray gameplay, but the one thing that I need to create, if anything, is maybe not a cohesive, you know, these are all different, slightly different things, but I've got them all under the Ganji brand, haven't I? So I suppose Gravekipper Ganji Kid is the main holding pen for all the channels. It's the main brand thing. I do need to change this picture of a mushroom with the green hair and the word Chuffers and Links in the Fortnite font, which is generic gamer stuff, isn't it? I do need to change that. It's actually really interesting that I'm talking about it to you, with you. You never got to play Words on Stream, you'd love to do. Yeah, we've got to get back to that. I'll show you the schedule in a minute and what's going to happen next. The really interesting thing for me is that True Binaural and ASMR, which is my oldest content, I never bothered to really heavily brand that. I had my picture and I've got my thing at the top, my headphones and my backy. That's been there. Those headphones are clean and neat day one. That's been there from day... I changed it a couple of times, but it's gone back to the original. It's just holding art because it's just a YouTube channel. But if I want to create any cohesive branding, Gravekipper, Ganji Kid, we're only at 388 subscribers. We need to hit the 1,000 first before I need to worry about this. But my next step to do that is not to simply buy the LED light that everyone else has got. That's not the answer. I've already got that by just putting a basic filler space thing in. My next thing is to create some kind of cohesive branding, imagery, whatever it is, the thing, and make it cohesive, yeah. It's like an art design project, I suppose. Like, talking to Luna Laura, you know, the reasons for making those decisions will not be because everyone has the same picture. It will be because I want something different and to stand out in some way, I think, yeah. Maybe that's what everyone wants, I don't know. Anyway, I'm talking myself into a little hole now. The final thing I wanted to show you before we ended today is that coming up this year, next year now, but it's, you know, nearly upon us. Calendar. This is our Christmas, just calendar if you can. This is our Christmas special we're doing at the moment, and we're finishing the year really steady and chill. I'm not pushing hard on the stream at the moment. So we're finishing steady and chill. We did the Thus Christmas special. I'm really happy with the way it went. It's a really cool episode. We got the numbers that I was hoping for in chat. Like, we're only a small stream, only growing and starting up. So the numbers that I was hoping for in chat, coupled with the video views ongoing afterwards, if we can hit our own subscriber number on viewers on a video, that's good. If we can increase that subscriber number, even better. But yeah, we're going to finish out chilled. After we've done Stray, we're going to do Lord of the Rings and Hobbit and Lego games and stuff, just to chill. But next month, January, I want to be a bit more serious about it. So thus, every Monday, me and Steve are planning an extra every Monday, thus. And it might even be gameplay, but it might be every Monday. Watch this space. So when I've got this more serious schedule, the charity stream, Words on Stream, will come back on Wednesdays. I haven't really got a plan as to what... The game doesn't work properly. Sometimes we do the stream and Words on Stream doesn't work. I can't run a business... Like, I sound like Phil again, but I can't run a business with a piece of kit that doesn't work. I will throw it in the bin and just get a piece that works. So either I find another game that we can play on stream, or we can't play that game. I don't know what the answer is, but the problem is that there aren't that many games that you can play on stream. So I want Words on Stream to work. I'd like it very much if it did, but if it doesn't, we'll do something else for charity. But every Wednesday is the charity stream. Every Thursday is a daytime YouTube stream from now on. I'm going to be more consistent. Thus will happen every Monday. At the weekends we play Genshin and games on Twitch every weekend. And by the 11th, I've put it in there, by the 11th, I'm giving myself a week and a half to book a belly dancer. To book a guest, an interesting guest. They might not be someone you've heard of, but they're going to be something that you haven't seen on someone. Like, I don't know many streams. There probably have been multiple streams that have had belly dancers, but it's not because I'm copying someone else's idea. It's that I want to generate interesting new conversations. So I'm going to start bringing in some interesting different people next year. And that room that you saw with the dog chair, this room is going to be where they sit. They're going to have their own microphone, and we'll be able to talk to them like this, like both on the screen at the same time, like a podcast. So when we move to that, and I'm aiming midway through January, we do our first one of those. That's a Ganja Kid stream. That's not going to be thus. It's going to be the Ganja Kid stream. My stream has people on it. It will do in January. And as we move through, I need to find someone in my local area who can sit in that chair regularly and not expect huge payment, but I'll start filling that chair in that space with guests. So weekly we will have Thus, which is a guest. It's a proper podcast with Steve, and something else in the week as well, somebody coming in. So that's 2 a week. That's proper content. I'm a content creator. That's going somewhere. The charity stream as well, and the gameplay fills up a week's worth of what I would consider to be, and using a philism again, meaningful content. Actually getting there, doing it. If we can maintain that throughout the year, by the end of the year we've got somewhere. I'm sure. I absolutely predict that you build it, they will come. We make decent content, people will watch it. And then by the end of the year, we look back and say, right, we're actually at a point now where I'm ready to take that next step. And that next step is we need a sponsor. We need a regular, family or friends in the chair could be fun. It might be the worst thing in the world, though. You don't have my family or friends. And God help, some of the things my friends would come out with and say, about me, that would be truthful, that I don't want them to say. Do you know what I mean? God help, I would feel worried about, I'd rather have somebody that I could just guide down a nice interest. But yeah, I could open it up to that, but I'm thinking a slight step up above that. But that could go wrong a million times over as well. Running a live with your family and friends in the chair, yeah. But yeah, consistent content, and then by the end of the year, hopefully we're at a point where I can there's things I want to do in my life. I need to buy a house, or XYZ that I'd like to be financially stable and secure from my work. I'd like for it to provide financial stability, but also if we can put money into a kitty and save it up a bit, we could even make another documentary film about something. We could even take another step in content creation. And one of my plans, hopefully by this time next year, I don't know, we've got to hit monetization quicker than we're doing it. I need an increase in the amount of subscribers over time, and that hopefully will happen by my doing this content. But what I'd like to do, like let's say by October is I book a house like an Airbnb and I invite Steve and 2 other people and we all come together and we use the Airbnb for a week to create content and then I edit it and then you've got that's another step on top, isn't it? You know, it's not a full documentary maybe, but it's a production budget to create content with and we can do something with it. You know, I think that's a good idea. That's the next step. And then maybe after that, because documentaries take time and you don't see anything while they're being produced, it just takes time. And then all of a sudden you see this thing, maybe somewhere in the middle of a longer form thing and a shorter form, you know, like maybe we aim to make like a half-hour, 40-minute thing, you know, stepping somewhere like Louis Theroux territory. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah, they're next year dreams. January and onwards is about, let's get this show. The show is now up and running. It's on the road. I've got the computer. It works. We've got all this stuff. We're well on the way. We've got a regular podcast. I'm streaming regularly. Let's put it in writing. Let's put it down in proper schedule. If Phil can do it, I can do it. And hopefully, like I say, that will pay off. And the payoff is not just financial stability for me, but it's this aspect of being able to do something more, to be able to step on and start to talk to, you know, tell stories that, and when we talk about meaningful content and things like that, you know, tell stories that mean something and make a difference in the world. If you want to see one of those stories that I've told, get onto my Gravekipper Ganji Kid channel, where you can go to the videos and you can search for, actually it's the lives, isn't it? It's a live. You can search for indie. It's actually quite hard to find, isn't it? Having to search through this. But Indie Game Development Paradise full documentary draft, that's an example of the sort of thing I'm talking about. And, you know, God help me, by the end of the year I should be back up to that, back up to speed, all in my own, you know, it'll be my production company creating these things, all in my own way, without somebody telling me what to do, because I can't stand it. No, just, you know what I mean, being an indie media maker, indie media, and that's what we're about. Would Steve be on every week for Thus? Yeah, no, initially, right, okay, I'll answer that, that's a good question. Initially, I said about Thus is that I'd like to start a podcast so that my channel can grow, but when I started doing it with Steve, I realised quickly that I feel, in the same way as I used to with the hairdressing, he's a equal, not a subordinate or anything like that. I'll be honest and open about it. I pay Steve every week to do this because I think his time is valuable. He's a content creator. I want him on the thing. I'm going to pay him. But I also said that we could talk about it in the future. At the moment, nothing's set in stone. But in the future, if we moved it onto its own channel and it had its own members or sponsor, then we could just split that half and half. He's doing half the work. I'm doing half the work. Split that. You know, we're both doing the show. At the moment, the way it is that I'm running my media. I've got my own channel and he comes on my show and I pay him. So if he wants to edit stuff and make clips and put them on his channel, I will let him. He can do that. He can monetize that. But I own the episode. I want to monetize it in the future. I want that money coming in from the content I'm making. I'm paying guests to be on my show. Having said that, and the idea that we want to maybe put it on its own channel one day maybe or something like that, we talked about the off week. And there's a problem with doing something on every other week. You know, it needs to be every week, doesn't it? So if we're going to do it every week, I can't afford to pay Steve every week for that. I expect him for his money to go away and research the topic, and that I'm going to ask him about this stuff and he's going to know what to talk about. Like John Bennett Ramsey's a really good example. There was some work behind what he did. Like, he didn't just wake up one day and, oh, well, I've got this opinion. Like, you know, he had to go and research it. So I think there's some work involved. Maybe the off weeks, we don't do something so heavy. We do, and we've talked about maybe doing like cooperative gameplay or not the same game every week, like you know, we're World of Warcraft players, but like me and Steve try, if Stray was cooperative, for example, me and Steve try Stray, or me and Steve play Fortnite, or me and Steve play, Fortnite's a bad example, but more, you know, interesting cooperative games, because that's quite easy to do, isn't it? We load up the thing and we do it, and then it exists. So that way, at least Thus is coming every week. The other option I had was I don't use Steve every week, but I use somebody else in lieu, like in his space, or I just use Steve more often and he can't be paid every week. That feels a bit harsh. Like, the other option is I earn more money through streaming and I can pay him every week, but at the moment I can't Like, we're not monetized, so I'm paying out of my own pocket and my own tips, and like the donations that I get, I'm basically investing in Steve. And same for this belly dance idea. You know, I'm not expecting a professional dancer to come here and just do their thing for free. I'm expecting them to get paid to do their thing and then be a podcast guest. Like, if you had Brad Pitt on your talk show, like, he's gonna get paid, isn't he? Like, he's Brad Pitt, he's getting paid. But like Jonathan Ross or whoever on the telly, you know, you watch the telly people, James Corden on the telly, they pay their guests. Like, I'm just at the thin end of the wedge where I can only give you like 20 quid, 40 quid. Like, a big guest, I could probably run to £200 once a month maybe. And by the end of the year, I've spent quite a lot of money there and I haven't got any back. But I'm hoping it will come in the future, because that's what you do. You create media by spending money, and then you hope that it comes back to you in the future. I'm thus to see, at the moment, but I'm yet to see it come back to me in the future yet. I've made some media that did pay me. My friend Matt did give me money for Eddie Strongman, but I felt at the end of that one, I felt like I should have maybe even got, 5% ongoing of something rather than, by the by, I made that indie film. I spent about £2,000, £3,000 getting that together, and some money on the computer, making the damn thing. And some of my life, some of my time went into that, and no one's paid me for that yet. No one's given me any money for that. So that remains, a net negative on the books. But if I can start generating money out of my media, then I can make more media. So that's the aim. And so at the moment, I'm going to put the money in. Like, we got tips, we got help to buy a computer, and people support the streams through subscriptions and all that, the normal means, tips and subscriptions. That's all in the bank as a fighting fund, and I will spend it this year fighting upstream to become a content creator proper, with subscribers and viewers and a sponsor. And if we get the sponsor, then that pays. I don't have to worry about things. Then we're making, at the moment, if I run out of money, then I run out of content, because I'm not going to be able to pay any guests. But if I've got a sponsor, they'll pay for the guests and stuff, and I could just make the damn content, and the extras are all extra. So that's what we move towards. End of next year, we have that conversation proper. But at the moment, I'm really happy. This is like an AGM that we're having now. Like one of those annual general meetings. But I'm really happy with how far we've got. A year and a half. It's 2 years in February next year, it is. But 2 years is a good learning curve. And I did say at the start it would take at least 2 or 3 years to get anywhere near where I want. Saving up, buying things, putting together rooms. That didn't come for free. It seems simple stuff, but it doesn't happen overnight. And yeah, I'm really grateful. I'm really lucky, and we're really getting there. So I'm happy. You're happy. I'm going to go and eat some food. Probably listen to That Being Said. Maybe we'll come on later and do a B-side stream on Battery Exhausted or Genshin Impact here on Twitch. But expect me back tomorrow on Twitch for extended cat game. And hopefully in 2 or 3 streams we beat it, because I can't be playing it on Christmas Eve because all my family will come over and there'll be trouble. But until then, you be good, my little puckos. Thanks for being here today. And I think I've covered it all. Thanks for being here today. It's good to be able to talk these things through, but I talk too much sometimes. It's on my mind. I'll say that. I'll go over I see how Phil feels now. I'll go over the schedule and the plans, but the best laid plans of mice and men, Afghare. It's important to put your effort in. This goes for everyone. It's like Scott's top tips is you can talk till the cows come home, but then you have to action it. Like, one of the things I've got it on the internet now that I've said it, so it's like hanging over me as a I've got to fulfill that, got to put the work in. It don't happen on its own. So yeah, but without your support it wouldn't happen at all. So thanks very much. You be good, and if you can't be good, then you're naughty, and you don't want to be naughty at Christmas, because Father Christmas won't come.